She probably doesn't want anybody messing with her computer.
It smells chocolatey mocha.
Can I trust you with this lease agreement?
No, you hang on to it.
Okay, I'll do that. It's probably good if it was over here. Oh, well, that works.
Yeah, just kind of a.
Hey, Abby. Is your tree dead? Is your Christmas tree dead? Not as much fun as being.
No, I'm good.
This brings my whole image back, I'll tell you.
You what?
It brings my whole image back. What I had built up in my life. I didn't think something like that was possible.
And it's all over, Jim.
Jennifer jumped up like a
My legendary.
cat on a hot tin roof, boy. I like,
Great
that is as quick as I see somebody move.
I'll take it. Yesterday when I was.
Oh, yeah.
There doesn't have to worry about
I think I threw my back out. No, you didn't.
She go get her early and start moving her name tag around and say,
I got you over there.
I know, I'm gonna request about that idiot. That was all right. It's gonna restart.
Y'all got your blood flowing this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, I ran over there.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. We got this.
Don't get
Well, we were cheering you on the
Jennifer,
whole
you need to
time.
change
Y'all had
places.
20,000
Switch.
people up there. We didn't want to get in your way.
You don't want to sit by me? I know exactly what happened, but you would rather get coffee than sit by me. Freeman, are you ready?
Yeah.
For it then,
Be out for a little bit. Gil and Kevin are hitting the road. Go for innovation and I'll have a meeting. So Bobby's solo. So just want you to know. We need to jam.
So if something goes up, I need to slide.
Yeah. Just as a backup. I
That's how you-
think we're ready.
Okay, yeah.
You know how to run that stuff? We're live and we're recording.
All you gotta do is look at me and go. Like you did yesterday.
No, I felt bad.
Eyebrow cock it right up, boy. I like watching that.
Y'all all make me look bad. Did after I talked, y'all all like syrupy sweet. It's like, thank you for being here.
But you need to pay for it.
And I wanted to turn around and go, you say to me. Yeah, thank you. You didn't say it. But you said it. What's in my eye? That was fucking up. I'm like,
Y'all need to go home and start over now.
No, here they are.
I cleaned up your glasses.
And with all the.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's got plenty of coffee on the bookmark.
That's the cleanest that computer's been in a while.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The November 19th, 2015 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is now called to order. Welcome, everyone, to the Arkansas Department of Education. If you would please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. The Arkansas Quality Charter Schools Act of 2013 requires the Commissioner to appoint ADE staff to the panel. On July 1st, 2015, Commissioner Key named 9 members to the Charter Authorizing Panel, and we sit before you today. As chair, my goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I will request that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record. I will ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and the viewing audience. This entire meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and our court reporter will be providing a transcript of the meeting, and it will be placed on the ADE website. So good morning to all, and Ms. Clay, if you will go over the procedures for us today.
Good morning. Kendra Clay, General Counsel for the Department of Education. The procedures are the same that you have followed the past 2 days, but I'll review them again for the people that are new here today and the people that are watching the live stream. The district conversion applicants will have 20 minutes to present their case for approval of their application, and then any parties opposed will have 20 minutes to present their opposition. After that, the applicants will have 5 minutes for closing statements and rebuttal, and then you will take questions and have discussion. You can vote on the matter today or take it under advisement and vote at a later meeting. If you do that, you can allow the applicants to receive technical assistance or provide additional information to you. After you vote, you have access to a Google Doc, and you will go in and record how you voted and the reason for your vote. This Google Doc will then be shared with the state board at their December meeting to facilitate whether they want to review your decision or not. As always, this is basically a contract negotiation. A charter is considered a contract, so anything that the applicants say or agree to here today that is in addition to or different than their application, they will be held to. Do you have any questions about the procedures today? Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any legislators in the room this morning? If not, then Ms. Boyd, you're recognized to begin action item 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 1, hearing of district conversion public charter school application, Gentry High School conversion charter. Gentry High School conversion charter is a proposed district conversion public charter school. The applicant is requesting to serve grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 500. ADE staff reviewed the applications, and concerns were shared with the applicant for response. The application, the ADE evaluation, and the applicant's response are included for your review. From Gentry, we have Dr. Barrett to begin their presentation.
If all the representatives from Gentry High School Conversion Charter and anyone speaking in opposition will please stand to receive the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Dr. Barrett, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel. It's our pleasure, and we thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Ms. Winslet, Judy Winslet, will be our Assistant Superintendent at Gentry, will be presenting the bulk of our presentation. Mr. Bray Harbor, high school principal, and I will be as part of the group that will respond to your questions, and I will be giving the 5-minute closing. So, Ms. Winslet.
Good morning. I'm Judy Winslet, Gentry School Assistant Superintendent. Very happy to be with you today. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I believe our PowerPoint is up and visible now. Try this one. I want to begin by giving you just a little bit of a introduction about Gentry and the community around the school system. We are oftentimes thought of as Mayberry. We're a small town. You'll see there we're located in the top right. We're in the far northwest corner of Arkansas, just 9 miles north of Siloam Springs. We're not too far from XNA Airport. And to the right there, you'll see 3 slides of communities that also send children into our district. Highville has an approximate population of 353. We have Cherokee City, which is on the Oklahoma border, and then Springtown, which is also to the east of Gentry. Here we go. No matter where I go, people will say, "Oh, Gentry, that's where the Wilderness Safari is." So that is our claim to fame in Gentry, and you'll see some shots there of the safari. Maybe the next, there we go. This is a slide that will give you a little picture of the industry in our area. As we are rural and somewhat small, you'll see along the bottom we have Tyson, Cobb, and Simmons. While none of those particular industries are within our school district, they do border our perimeters, and we have families that grow for these companies. Cargill is located there. To the bottom right, you'll see a picture of Swepco. And then in the top left, a picture of McKee, Little Debbie, as we all refer to it. Met her just recently for the first time, and she does very much look like her picture there on the side of the truck. So a great partner for the Gentry District. Having just a little trouble with our clicker. Next. Thank you. This is a picture, a quick picture of our demographics there on the left. That was pulled the 1st of November. And then the aerial shot of our campus, which you will see our high school, our middle school, and our primary school back in the distance there. We have another building which is on the other side of town in our intermediate, which houses grades 3 through 5. Next slide. Can you advance the next slide for me? I don't want to talk through these next two slides. I inserted these so that you would see that this process is not something we began in August. We have been giving lots of thought and having multiple meetings with business industry in our community. And in my 17 years with Gentry, I can't remember more engagement and excitement about something that may come to pass for us. We can move on. These are some events that continued on into this particular school year. And in the process of this collaboration event, we began working with Decatur and Gravette, which are to our north. We're all relatively small in comparison to the big four on the 49 corridor. And we recognize that we can't do everything for every child. And so we have started working together to try to provide opportunities for them. For example, we have a student traveling to Gravette now to be part of their HVAC program. We can move on. This is our mission statement that was drafted for the charter. And it simply says, recognizing that we do have a responsibility to students, parents, and stakeholders, business and industry, and our community. And we have a need to provide safe and productive school experiences for our students, that we are going to purpose to deliver an education that's designed to prepare our students for successful transition to opportunities beyond us in Gentry, whether that is college or career. We also want to commit to being fiscally responsible with our resources and provide the very best teachers, technology, and facilities that we have available. Next slide. So as we begin talking about our conversion charter, these are the things that we saw great opportunities for us to have, to build those partnerships with business and industry, to provide opportunities for our students to go out and work with business and industry in an internship environment, to expand our course offerings outside what we traditionally offer as a high school, to foster opportunities for our graduates to leave us with an industry certificate, and to create these following pathways in that process: healthcare, transportation, and IT. Next slide. In this process, we have the innovations that we looked closely at through the internship opportunities. That provides our students with training, and it also gives them an opportunity to build relationships with those potential employers. The vocational programs that we hope to offer, once approved by you guys, would be taught by industry professionals. And these professionals can bring up-to-date training for our students and give them authentic examples of what's happening in real-world situations. We would also strive to have individualized instruction for our students by having a customized education plan for them, offering self-paced courses, college courses, and these specific vocational and technical specialized courses. Next. So you would ask us, why do we want to change? And we want to increase the options for our students. We want to provide them with that value-added diploma that will help them in that next part of their journey, and to help them identify a pathway for their future story. Next. Our friends at Northwest Arkansas Council conducted personal interviews with business and industry in our region. And this was a slide that they allowed me to use. And questions that they had with this business and industry is, do you have recruiting problems? And you will see that over half of the industries that were interviewed said yes. And of these problems, what are they related to? And you can see it's related to not only the ability to get people to come to work, but to also be able to employ people that are trained and have the skills and ability to work for their company. Next. Another slide that they provided for us as a result of that study were areas that they saw as difficulties in filling. And so since we began talking about this last fall, we got excited about the opportunities for our students. And because some of the things we want to do needed your approval, we started looking at what can we do now? What can we do to springboard us into our future plans? So there on the right, you will see the things that we were able to plan and implement for last fall. And if you'll look, they'll coordinate very closely with the Northwest Arkansas Council's recommendations. We began a new program of study in banking. We looked to we did begin Intro to Professional Development and Medical Terminology. We had discussed with Gravit the opportunity to send our students to them for a CNA program, as with their HVAC, and we had enough students to hold our own class. So we partnered with Northwest Arkansas Community College, and they provided us a teacher, and we have a full class of students from Gentry that will be graduating with a CNA certificate. Personal care assistant will be our second semester course in that area. We see education as third on our list. Dr. Barrett did a little data gathering, and for Gentry specifically, over half of our teaching staff is over 50 years old. So we need to look to start growing some of our own, and so we've implemented an orientation to teaching class. As I visited with business and industry, the immediate response from everyone when I said, what are we not doing in Gentry that you need us to do? And it all went back to soft skills. We need folks that know these things, know how to get to work, to pass a drug test, to look you in the eye, shake your hand, and those things. So we implemented the college and career readiness class. Next slide. This slide will show you in the Northwest Arkansas region where the percent of change is, and you will see in those areas, those pathways, the growth in double digits is signified for you, and those are the areas that we have sought and gone after. We didn't select areas that we just thought would be easy to provide things for or that we thought kids would enjoy. We looked at things that would help them to become employable and proceed forward. Next slide. One of the things we talked about in our planning is that for years now, we have said, go to college, go to college, go to college. And even as a small district, we've had great opportunities for our students to leave our walls with 24 to 26 college credits. We feel like we're doing a pretty good job in that area. But students need other options. We're not sending 100% of our students to college. So we want to start looking at those industry certificates, the workforce readiness certificate that is coming out of Northwest Arkansas Community College. And then there will be students that will want to pursue a 2-year program, whether it's an associate's degree or something that would take place at a vocational school. Next. You've all heard repeatedly in the news about the school debt, school loan crisis that our nation is under. And so I thought it would be interesting for our parents to see what they may be faced with. And so there on the left is a list of the schools that typically our students attend. And then I gathered the most recent data I could find on those following columns. And then look at the far right. If a student, and I don't think it would be a situation uncommon to find a student who would have difficulty achieving chemistry or physics, or that fourth math beyond Algebra 2, that would keep them from having the Academic Challenge Scholarship. And if they are one of those students, and if they fall in a family that would not qualify for a Pell Grant, then they're looking at student loans. And so you can see if they go and if they finish in 4 years, what they'll be faced with student debt over the long haul. It ranges from $522 a month for 15 years to $1,100 a month. Next slide, please. So in this process, we ask the question, how can we help parents, students, and industry? And so we look at some of the ideas that we fleshed out in this process. We can help our students clarify their goals for the future. We can provide additional college courses for them. We can deliver articulated courses with our community college in the ones we teach at Gentry. We can allow savings to our parents for that post-secondary education. We can offer opportunities for industry certifications. We can arrange opportunities for our students to participate in internships. We can create those value-added diplomas and increase employability for our students. And for our industry, we can help them by providing skilled and ready students to fill those openings as we hear about the retiring workforce. Next. So just a little snapshot on Gentry, pulling this data from the ADE college going rate report. You can see that the number of graduates, you can see how many actually left us and enrolled in college. So about 60% of our students are not going to college in Arkansas. The next to the last column lets you get a snapshot of our students when they graduated. That represents 20 of the 102 students took some college credit at our college courses at our high school. Of those 20 students, they earned 230 college hours before they left us. Because the community college offers us a discounted rate, or those students a discounted rate on their tuition, those families, for those 230 hours, were able to save over $23,000 in tuition. So when you total those columns, our families have saved $91,000 in tuition cost. Next. So the three pathways that we look to implement would be transportation as being one, and we would offer a diesel mechanics or a diesel technicians program. And once fully implemented, these would be the courses that we would hope to have in place. The preventative maintenance, electrical, tractor trailer brakes, welding, heavy duty drivetrain, diesel engines, hydraulics, suspension, you can see electronic and climate control. We have had conversations with NTI, who also has a program, but they are not accessible to us in the sense that travel time is an hour one way from our district to get there. And when I consulted with our transportation department last fall, $55,000 a year to take a bus over there. Not to mention the fact that our students are involved in a lot of activities in our school, and some would have to give up some of those extracurricular activities if they were going to participate and make that trek over. Next. Logistics is another program that we would find underneath that transportation umbrella with multiple pathways. Not all students, as we said, are going to college, and so we want opportunities for them to begin preparation for that associate's degree if they want. We want them to have an opportunity to have a certificate and be ready to work when they leave, if that's what they choose. And the courses that we would have available to them, as you see, supply chain, transportation management, inventory management, logistics, and an entrepreneurship. You know, when you think about the transportation industry, it's more than just someone that's dispatching a truck. It's more than someone working on a truck. It's those small businesses that spring out to the side of those folks that make the trips out to repair trucks when they're down, tire shops. It's all, you know, multiple things that go into the transportation industry. Next. Healthcare pathways. We baby boomers are going to need some health care in the future. And you will see that healthcare pathways in our offerings would be current courses that we're teaching our medical professions, the CNA, followed by the PCA and medical terminology. Additional course offerings, once we're up and running, are listed there. 3 of these 4 pictures are our students in our first CNA class, which began in August. Their instructor assures me that we are going to have all of them pass the test. They're great students and they're excited about this opportunity. Because of the competitive market in entering into nursing school, we believe that having that CNA is a little bonus for them, because not only do they get a taste of, is this what I really want to do, but it also shows those schools on their applications that they are committed and interested in pursuing that career. I would say to you that starting up this program was very minimal for us because our community donated money, supplies, equipment for this. It was amazing to see how they came to us without us really even asking very much. Next slide. The IT program, that pathway that we would like to pursue, would involve opportunities for our students to train for networking, programming, information management. Those areas leading to just a few of the high-producing or high-in-demand jobs that you'll see listed there. You'll notice in that listing that the IT piece also bleeds over into healthcare very easily. Next. Working with our partners at Northwest Arkansas Community College, these are the workforce readiness certificates of proficiency that are available to us currently. Technical certificates that follow that. The parentheses represents the college hours required to achieve those. And then the online courses that are made available to help in this process too. We currently have 3 distance learning labs within our facility that make this very easy and very manageable for us. Next slide. And then we focus on our industry certificates. These are the things that are relatively new to us, or will be new to us, in this charter process. We've already talked about our CNA students. You'll see the CompTIA deals directly with the networking piece. And then we would have the student certifications that go with our diesel program, our technician program. So with that, I will conclude my part of the presentation, and I suppose ask Dr. Barrett.
Let me ask if there's anyone to speak in opposition. If not, we'll turn it over to you, Dr. Barrett.
And again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. You have heard or will hear many different ideas about how a conversion charter would work. I listened on live stream to Cave City yesterday. I listened to the virtual academy from Fayetteville. You've heard us today with this approach. You're going to hear Hot Springs. Dr. Hernandez is back there ready to go. And our friends from Springdale. This truly is a time where one size does not fit all anymore in education. I have heard the governor, I've heard the State Board of Education, I've heard the people from Forward Arkansas, and they're all saying the same thing. There's going to need to be in education today a new approach, one that not only provides for those students that are going to college, but also for those students who are not. Ms. Winslow, I think, has made very clear that we feel like in years past at Gentry, we've worked very hard and have done things that allows our students a good opportunity to go through a 4-year program. We also think we have not done the same type job in preparing those students who do not. I heard former Senator John Riggs spoke at the AAEA conference, and he basically said to us, and if you know Mr. Riggs, and you know he's very forward with what he thinks about things, and he said to us, we are investing a lot of money in the state in education, and we don't feel like maybe we're getting an equal return for business. We need students that will come with those soft skills, ready to go to work, maybe with some type pre-preparation for the jobs that industry and business will need in the state. I heard Randy Zook echo those same sentiments at that same meeting. And while I have said to you that there are many different approaches, different types of charter schools that you're going to be approving or not, there is a commonality there that I believe we all agree on. We need to do a better job of understanding that college is just one of the many options that students have in this future that is really this present that we're living in. More importantly, I have heard from our local partners, McKee. We have had very close communication. We've been working hand in hand. McKee needs diesel mechanics. Eric Carolla and I had from J.B. Hunt had that same conversation. J.B. Hunt needs diesel mechanics. Patrick Kerwood, CEO at Siloam Springs Hospital. They need nurses. Our community doesn't have multiple businesses and industry for us to go to and get involved. Our scope is somewhat bigger. Our partners are more of a regional approach. And we do have partners, and I think that they are pretty excited. I know that we are. Finally, I want to say of all these important people, important entities, there's another group of people that I believe, my concern, may be the most important. And that's our students and our parents. And I can say, I've worked in education now 40 years. The last 24 has been as superintendent at Gentry. And of all the things that our school district has done, good and some not so good, I believe this idea of trying to address the needs of all of our students is the most exciting thing and the most support that our community has felt in a long time. And I appreciate our community, and I appreciate them standing behind us when we do things. Since I've been superintendent at Gentry, they've raised their millage 3 times. We've built buildings. They've always supported us. And when they see the need, and I believe they have clearly agreed that they see the need, they will support us in this. I thank you for your consideration today. I believe that we are in a point in time in Arkansas education to where there is momentum building from many sectors to balance out college and careers readiness. And we would like the opportunity to play our small part in that venture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barrett. Questions? Ms. Pfeffer, we'll start with you.
Okay. Ms. Winslow, this may be for you. Thank you for your presentation. I had a general idea, but you're walking us through that. The specifics of your presentation really helped me to really visualize kind of the changes that you all will make. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions about the waivers. With the licensure waiver, you're asking to be able to employ instructors in those career areas only. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm just trying to think, you would actually be employing people to work at your school that who have the career experience and the industry certification but are not licensed educators. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so they would be your employees,
Well,
or it could be concurrently, or they could be employees at the college as well.
they could be college employees, they could be our employees. or they could be provided to us by one of our partners
Okay.
at no cost to us.
Okay, so, and I'm just trying to think through, they would be teaching courses, for example, some of the diesel mechanics, that would be part of what students would be taking as a required graduation credit within their career pathways, is that right?
They would count as elective credits, yes, ma'am.
Okay, elective credits within the required units, or above the minimum graduation requirements.
Depending on the course, it could be both or either.
Okay, and I'm asking all that because I want to make sure that Ms. Barnes and I are both thinking about that from, and Dr. Jones with course codes and licensure codes and things like that. Because in the past, normally if it's done as a concurrent class, then that's a different thing. But if they're employed as an employee just without the certification, then that will have an impact when those students are scheduled into some of those courses. The questions are going to come out about course codes and things like that.
Right.
So
We're following very closely the NTI model, and they are operating through the career and tech area.
okay, which model?
The Northwest Arkansas Technical Institute.
Okay. We may have a few more questions here in a second. Will all the high school students be part of the charter?
All the high school students, this will be a charter that encompasses the entire school, and those students that are in 9th and 10th grade will be doing prep work or prep courses that would lead into whatever particular pathway they choose, whether it is a college pathway or whether it's one of the three that we're proposing today.
Okay. I think that answers mine for just a minute. I want to see if they have some thoughts on the other areas that touches. Okay.
Ms. Barnes, you want to follow up with that?
Sure. Okay, so based on Ms. Pfeffer's question, I was under the assumption, I think, or at least I was thinking through it, as these students would be utilizing these courses as a part of the requirements to graduate, but it would fall within the elective portion, since they would have 6 elective courses that could be in the career and technical path.
Right.
Okay, and that's why I didn't.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jones, you want to follow up on the credits?
I do know you had a list there of all the courses that might have been at off-site, and we were in a meeting this week with ACE. Have you had the opportunity to sit down and discuss the different courses, certifications, and all that with them, credits?
We have had a few emails back and forth with them, but it seemed prudent to make sure you were going to allow us to do this before we spent hours in lining out all the course codes and things.
We discussed some of the very same things, and they were very accommodating and working with several schools doing the same sort of thing. And so I just, for clarity in my head, the programs that you'll have on site will be IT, medical, diesel mechanics, and logistics, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other programs will be off-site. You have that kids can pursue at NWAC. Is that correct?
The courses that NWAC is providing are all on our site at this time.
Okay. And then did you say you shared students with Gravit?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Because we can't house everything.
HVAC?
Yes, ma'am.
HVAC. Okay. And I commend you for doing that, because certainly school districts can't afford to run all these programs, and I think that is a very innovative way to look. I also commend you for starting with your community data, looking where the jobs are and spending your efforts there, because that's what we need to do. Can I help clarify, or can I ask you about some of the goals you have in your application? When you talk about meeting the ACT, the math, and the English, clarify for me what your benchmark is. Is it that when the state sets a proficiency level that you will increase that 1% annually. It's the proficiency level we set.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
In this time of transition for us, it's become, the water is a little muddy on what our baseline would be. And so we always look to the ADE to set their standards, and then we hope to rise above those.
Good, I'm clear on that now. And then I think having the multiple measures is certainly the industry certificates and those areas, increasing concurrent credit, those are all good measures by which we can watch the progress of the program. I'm finished for now.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, looking at the application, I'm in the unresolved issues, in particular item C6, and where it says stated students will receive a reduction in tuition to approximately 1/3 the cost of other students attending NWAC. Would that cost prohibit some students from participating?
It has not up to this point in time, because we have assured that anyone who wants to take a class and doesn't gets to. But we will be asking, once granted a charter, for support from some of our partners to help with that cost.
And I wanted to clarify also, you mentioned would, and I wasn't clear on this, would all students in the high school be part of the charter?
They'll all be attending the school, which will be designated as a charter. It will be their choice on whether they pursue one of those pathways or whether they continue on a college-bound route, taking gen ed classes with us.
So every student would be considered part of the charter school. So you'd have one LEA, am I understanding
Yes, sir,
that
that's
correctly?
correct. One
Okay.
LEA, yes, sir.
All right. And on the licensure, it would be, you asked for a waiver of licensure, and that would be limited to which courses?
The vocational courses specifically.
Okay. One more follow-up, if I may. I think this one might be for you, Dr. Barrett. Concerning the waiver on the teacher salary fund and the warrants void, 617-908 and 919. Could you just explain the need for that?
When you are beginning to deal, of course, with people that don't normally fall on the salary schedule that we're required to have by the state, and that becomes some question. For example, an unlicensed teacher, where would they fall? Are they a classified employee? Are they certified? Obviously, you know, you can only pay out of the teacher salary fund, Fund 1000. You know, you guys know how that works. So what we tried to do was to give ourselves as much flexibility as possible so that we didn't inadvertently violate some of the state standards in asking for that waiver.
And just to clarify that, there's not a limit on the funds that are available within those particular funds, so therefore it would not take away from the general teaching salary, so to say.
No, not at all.
That's all for now.
Ms. Lewo?
This Mike and I are not friends, but I just needed simple clarification. I want to make sure that the non-licensed teachers that you have will go through criminal background and child maltreatment checks, because I didn't see that anywhere.
Yes, ma'am, and that's stated in the application, I believe.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, but it's 123 pages. It'd be pretty easy to miss. But yes, ma'am, it is part of our application.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Barrett, I'd like to recognize whoever submitted the town hall notes. Who's the record keeper for the town hall notes? She does a fabulous job. They were very helpful to me as I was reading through this application to help me understand or put the application into context. So kudos to her. She did an excellent job. In looking through your notes, I see that you were really diligent in working with the community on this project. But we did receive a letter from one of your educators that did not feel that maybe the communication had been as aggressive with the staff. So could you kind of talk through the kind of meetings you've had with staff to keep them informed all along the process?
Of course, they're all invited to any of the outside meetings that we host in the evening. I also went to the high school in the spring and did a specific presentation to them explaining the whole charter piece. And then I believe again in the fall we had another conversation.
Let me follow up on that as well. Ms. Wesley, I don't think I had an opportunity to actually look at that email this morning that Ms. Clay shared with me. The teacher that sent that is one of our very best teachers, a good guy and a long-time employee of our district. And I read that, and this is the first thing I thought. Man, thank God we all live in America. Okay? If we all thought the same thing every time, it would be that great a place to live. What I am going to say this, in that application, somewhere, I believe, within those 123 pages, part of our documentation, you'll find a letter that I personally wrote to staff. And at the end of it, it said, please come to the meeting. It also said in that last paragraph, hey, if you're not comfortable about coming to meetings and asking questions in public, if that makes you nervous, come to my office. Come down and sit and talk with me one-on-one. I'll answer any questions you have about it. The person that sent you that email did not avail himself of that opportunity.
And I certainly understand that. I just want to continue to encourage you to reach out to your educators. And I think you said it very well earlier. Times they are changing. And so sometimes it takes people a while to process it, think about it, and we've been doing education the same way for a long time. People are really comfortable in their knowledge and expertise, and making changes to what this unknown education world is going to look like is going to continue to require that constant conversation with people. So I invite you to reach out to your staff again and just keep supporting them. It's big changes. Ms. Barnes?
Well, you just hit on it. What I was going to ask, though, is approximately what percentage of your staff would you say is completely comfortable with this move to a conversion charter, since it does encompass your whole high school?
I would answer that by there are some that are uncomfortable.
Your name, sir?
Bray Harper, high school principal. There are some that are uncomfortable. I think it's the unknown, like you said. But we've had a lot of support as well.
Well, let me ask it this way, because I mean, I'm a firm believer. I understand change, and I say this often, is usually only difficult until you change. But when you have a lack of buy-in, sometimes then you struggle in areas where you wouldn't have to. And so I'm simply, I ask approximately what percentage of your staff, and you said some, majority, minority.
If I had to put a number to it, I would say 70% are in support.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Can you, and this is Ms. Winslet probably, let's talk a little bit about core classes. Do you intend to move to online instruction for your core classes in the future?
We do have, we utilize Virtual Arkansas for some now, especially with scheduling issues. We have a requirement of a digital course for every student before they graduate, and so we utilize it to meet that need. But as far as moving out of our core classes and going completely online, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, I think you clarified this in your application. You intend to go through the regular process we have established to get blended courses approved?
Yes, ma'am. We see a very nice fit with oral communication in the Career Ready class, and we have a gentleman teaching that who is also certified for oral comm. And so he's already prepared a crosswalk for me, and we'll follow the process by the State Department to ask for that.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Kocher.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In your application, you listed 3 innovative pieces, part of the application. But number 1 was apprenticeship opportunities. That's not necessarily a new or innovative concept. So explain more why or how the apprenticeship opportunities would be something more innovative than a traditional school that might have an opportunity like that.
Well, it's new and innovative for Gentry. We have not had an opportunity for our students to go out and work as a partner with business and industry, for them to have that opportunity to maybe become an employment for that company, an employer. You know, I think it's so great for our local business and for those that are outside our local community to get to try someone out before they want to hire them. And at the same time, that student gets to see the real life expectation in that business and industry.
And to your point earlier, that's an excellent opportunity for a student to develop those soft skills, because we
Yes,
all
sir.
know that we want to hire people in our world more than just the cognitive knowledge, how they can get along with others and show up to work on time, and to your points earlier. So that's real intriguing, and I think that's awesome for Gentry kids should this work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Yes, on the one of the waivers for the required clock time for unit of credit, I'm just having a tough time trying to bridge how that would be required under your proposal.
To free up time for students to be able to be outside of us and involved in that internship opportunity, we want to have the ability that if a student can excel through self-paced learning, to be able to complete a course without having to have 120 hours of seat time involved.
What type of course would that apply to, I think, is what I'm asking.
Well, an assortment of courses, not necessarily English 9 or 10, but when you start looking at electives that you could work through, either in a digital delivery or in blended learning situations, and you meet the standards and you're done.
Okay. All for now.
Ms. Pfeffer.
So following up on your answer to Dr. Saunders with the, because when I was reading that, I was thinking in terms of the internships, you know, students needing that waiver there for them to be able to complete those, but how, and you stated you're not intending it for maybe that to be part of the core classes. So are you pretty much tying this waiver to the career opportunities, to that part of it? Because I guess in asking about that, if there are some hesitations and reservations by your faculty, could their day look very different with the way they're instructing students, and students actually become more self-paced? Or is you know, pretty much this waiver going to apply to your career courses?
I wouldn't want to limit it solely to our career courses. And when you think back years ago, we had opportunities for students and would utilize them for those in a crunch to do correspondence courses or independent courses. And those were not specifically tied to 120 hours of that. And so we are living in a day where technology is available, and we could have some courses as needed for students that were in the core area that would free up their time.
So this very well could be waiving that required time for any course offered.
We
at the
would
high
certainly
school.
like the ability.
Okay. I'm asking because I know that's probably going to lead to some other questions. And as we're thinking through this, I just don't want 6 months down the road for these questions to come up and create issues. So.
Certainly.
Okay, so I think Ms. Pfeffer was punting to me. And I did take note of your response. I wanted to give her time to finish doing what she was doing. She might not hear me. Okay, so I was listening to your response, and I believe you said not necessarily 9 or 10 English. So I tried to put that into context in my mind, because we already talked about basically this is a conversion charter request for the high school, and that the 9th and 10th graders primarily, unless they are probably accelerated in their career paths, may or may not be engaging into these particular pathways. So quite naturally, then my ears did perk up a little bit more, because we are talking about the consideration of a waiver that ultimately, once granted, could give you the authority to just any class. That makes me uncomfortable. I'm just, I have to go ahead and state that. So maybe you could try to help me with my comfort level a little bit, and talk me through how you would exercise cautions in ensuring that we are not opening a door to simply say, okay, when you finish or meet all of the established standards or skills, you can move on. I mean, it's a possibility, but is this could open the door in my mind for any student who may come through, finish up, move on. I don't want to limit a student's opportunities, and I don't think you would necessarily put the district in situations where you would not have students who would be able to mature in their educational experience. But I need a little more information now, since we're talking about core courses, all courses. I was under the assumption it was more in line with the career and technical pathways.
Okay. Let me start by saying, while I'm very passionate about this opportunity for our students and believe wholeheartedly in it, our first responsibility is to keep our school out of any kind of academic distress. And I will not be able to do that if I just willy-nilly let children move through courses when somebody says, okay, they've ticked that box. So as we work through these courses and they take these courses, there are interim assessments given, and we look to see how students are progressing. And so if they completed a self-paced course, it would be once they had proven that they were proficient in that area. Does that help any? And I'm not looking to send masses of children through those.
Go ahead.
And I think what would help me feel more comfortable with it is if you tied that to the goals of your charter. So with what you were describing there, because there have been charters where, for example, that were focusing on standards-based grading, or I don't know, I can't recall what I'm trying to explain, but it almost sounds like this could be almost a separate goal from the real intent of your charter here, to develop these career pathways and provide these opportunities. So in order for a student maybe to move through it as self-paced and accelerate their learning, how does that tie back to the goals here for this charter for them to be able to get into these career pathways? That would help me, I think, and I think if it's done along those lines, we would feel better about knowing there's a process in place where all of a sudden a certain course won't be completed in 3 weeks. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Maybe you could ask me specific, what do you need me to do to make this happen?
I think my thought is, if a student needed to complete, in order for a student to be able to do an internship where they were going to be off-site for 2 hours a day, they needed to complete a particular course in an accelerated manner. That way it's linked to the whole goal of getting them to the career pathway. Otherwise, my question is, would there be a time that, you know, a science student could just complete their science in 3 weeks? Because this waiver would grant you that option.
Well, I can assure you there's not, I haven't come across a child who could finish a requirement in 3 weeks for any course that's offered at the state level. I would say to you that we put this in place as an option to help students to be able to do those internships once they are there. We have 32 opportunities for credits, and 24 is what our school requires. Some of those credits, though, are assigned to activities for those students to take place in. So we just need to, and again, on a limited basis, and if we need to establish a number, a child would not take more than X number of self-paced classes, I don't think that would be a problem at all.
I think the discomfort that you're hearing, it's competency-based instruction, which is, and I know that you already know this, it's very extensive work in developing competencies and assessments, and it's a pretty comprehensive system, and we've seen it done and done well, and it's part of personalized learning. I guess that with a lack of information within the application regarding that, that's probably leading to some of the discomfort. It's not that we don't support competency-based instruction or promotion. It's just a very new concept, and it would take great trust and recognition that you know that the whole system has developed for that. Does that help? Or does it confuse?
Again, I would say that we're going to do whatever we need to do to make this happen.
Let's see if I can fish us out of this. So panel, are you asking them to consider this waiver in light of core classes?
I think that's a lot of my discomfort because it covers grades 9 through 12. And in its current state, at some point or juncture along the way, it could easily apply to any core course for any child, and that does give me some pause. Because I you know, as Ms. Pfeffer has stated and several others, we're looking at the core foundations and preparatory work for students to be successful. And I know that you would take great care in that, but it also opens the door because we set precedents when we make decisions. And so that's what's you know, concerning me, because we're, you know, at 9th grade, we're looking at core courses, and I'm uncomfortable.
Have y'all implemented standards-based report cards at the lower levels, and what grades?
Let me talk to this issue just a little bit, if you will allow me. And what Ms. Barnes says is very valid. You said earlier this morning, and we were talking about the teachers that sent the email, there's a lot of us that are very traditional, and I've already confessed 40 years in the business, okay? So I understand that concern. But you know, we all are breaking some new ground here, okay? We have said to our teachers for 40 years, let's don't teach every one of those students the same way. If you've got some that's already got through, let's give them enrichment activities within the classroom. So what we really did was we let them move ahead while we dealt with the students that hadn't reached proficiency. You know, if you, to approve our charter, say, limit it to those non-core classes, we'll do that. But I don't want to give that away too quickly, because we are trying to change the way we're doing things in education. So what if you have a student that can master the science standards and they can demonstrate proficiency? We're going to leave them in that classroom the rest of the year with that teacher till the rest of the students are able to demonstrate that. That's all I'm saying to you, and I may not be clear. We'll do what you suggest, because in all of our list of partners that we talk to you about being partners with us, we consider the Arkansas Department of Education a partner. And if you approve our charter, we're going to consider you a partner in our charter school. I'll just instead of trying to read pink notes, I'll let Ms. Winslet do her own pink notes. Hey, talk about what that means.
I think, Dr. Barrett, just for a point of clarification, we are breaking new ground. We just want to make sure you've assembled all the right tools to do it successfully. So we're a little cautious, and it's not that we're not willing to go out on the edge with the school district. We just want to make sure that we've put in as many parachutes as possible when we take that leap.
And can I just respond to Dr. Barrett, because I don't disagree with anything that you said, but my question would be, with the situation you described, if a student has met all of the competencies or requirements for instruction in a science class, do we want to hold them there? But to me, that was not really clear in your charter. And I think that's where we're struggling. It's because that's kind of emerged today. So I think part of this negotiation is making sure that we all really fully understand. And so my question would be, is your faculty prepared to move to that kind of a system? I mean, do you foresee that there are going to be students in your math, English, science classes this next school year who might complete the course in advance of the school year? And if that is part of this, are your teachers prepared for that? And, I don't think that it's a matter of anybody necessarily being against it. We just want to make sure that when the standards report comes out, or there are questions, that we don't say, well, and I was reading here, it says, if mastery is determined, students would advance onto the next course in their individual education plan. So maybe the question goes back to, what does that individual education plan look like? How is that structured for each and every student? And does that begin with their very ninth grade courses? So,
guys, those of you that know me for any length of time, that sometimes, I can be the bull in the china shop. But in listening to the conversation here, and in reading and understanding my pink Post-it note, the prevalent opinion in our team seems to be, Ms. Barnes, we should take your suggestion, and Ms. Pfeffer, and limit this to the non-core classes. Education hopefully is not going to end in the same 5-year period that our charter is going to exist. And we would have an opportunity to come back in 5 years after demonstrating it working successfully in the non-core classes, perhaps to come back and ask that be extended to all classes. But for this point in time, please let the record show that we are limiting this to those non-core classes.
I want to jump in on that. And I think that this type of system, I commend you for looking down this path. I think it's a good way to look. I think there are, as people have mentioned, there's lots of structures that need to be in place for that to take part. But I also think you would have the opportunity possibly to employ some of that in the non-core classes and perhaps get some of the learning out of the way. And you wouldn't necessarily have to wait the 5 years before coming back for an adjustment, where once you felt that those that plan, I think, would be in place where you could come before us and ask for that at a later date.
Dr. Barrett, you could work with our charter office at a later time to consider an amendment before your 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you all indulging our concerns.
Any other questions or comments?
The only thing I was going to say to Mr. Harper is just to work closely with our office and with Thomas Coy in Learning Services in terms of course codes, and if there's any questions between course codes, licensure codes, just as you work on that master schedule early on, so that we can troubleshoot any areas.
Ms. Clay, are there any issues remaining regarding this request?
A few issues with the waivers, and I think that I can go through them and then they can just agree to them at the end. The first one is they requested a waiver to embed the oral communications curriculum. I believe we heard from them today that they were going to go through the course approval process. So if that's the case, then they would just need to confirm that they no longer need that waiver. The second one is in school day and attendance. They also need a waiver of section 10.01.4 of standards for accreditation. This is the companion piece to 616.102 that deals with 6 hours of instructional time. And the last one is under the required clock hours that you all discussed. This is really unrelated, but 618.213. They only need a waiver of A2 of that section. That deals with the teacher actually visually noting the student's attendance in class. If they were to get a waiver of the entire section of 618.213, it would look like they wouldn't even have to take any attendance. So I think we need to limit it just to that visual notation of the student being in class. They would have other ways to document the student's attendance. So if they will agree to those, I have no remaining issues.
We agree.
Dr. Barrett, will you speak into the microphone for the record?
Oh, yes, ma'am, my apology. Certainly have great respect for Ms. Clay and her expertise, and we certainly agree with the suggestions that she made.
Any others? All right, then I'll accept a motion regarding the request for Gentry High School conversion charter.
So moved.
Second.
To approve.
Yes, ma'am. That's what you said.
I have a motion from Dr. Saunders and a second from Ms. Barnes to approve the request for Gentry High School conversion charter. Any questions or comments? Discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion has passed. If you will wait patiently, our panel members will type their responses, and we'll go around and read those to you aloud for the record.
If I might have one quick word before you do.
Go ahead.
Our vendors, one of our
Woohoo, little Debbie.
little Debbie, we're going to work on their They're up here on the table.
You know she waited till it was all yes.
I'm so thankful you waited.
In the future, we'd like to meet little Debbie.
Please note, he refrained from passing those out till you voted. Thank you very much.
We'll open those up to the audience as well.
It's less than, I think it's less than 25.
All right, if our board members will complete those. Another thing, Dr. Barrett, while they're typing in, the camel at the Wilderness Safari is aggressive.
Yes.
And he's responsible for that.
And so I hope that you will be as equally aggressive in helping to grow your own on those educators, because I'm very excited that your application includes educators as one of those groups of future employers in your plan, that we're thinking about education, not just welding and all those other great jobs, but education is one of those great jobs also.
Absolutely.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, voted for this as an opportunity to provide the needed personalized education for the students.
Thank you, Dr. Gocher.
I voted for the motion to approve. The applicant has presented a plan for a quality conversion charter that serves the individual needs of the student and the community. I'm encouraged by the plan.
Mr. Lester?
This applicant has the resources and the programs and the partnerships currently in place to meet the goals as outlined in their application.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion because the conversion charter will allow the students to explore educational and job opportunities within the local community.
Ms. Barnes?
I voted in support of the charter because I believe that this is an excellent opportunity to open doors for innovation to merge with the current educational activities in this area. And it allows students to have real-world work experiences contributing to community growth.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted for the charter. This charter will be good for kids and for the community.
Dr. Jones?
I voted for the charter. The charter applicants are commended for their collaboration with higher ed and the business community. They have developed career pathways that are of high need and high pay and provide additional options for students.
Ms. Leewell?
I voted for the charter, and I have the same reasons as my other panel members have mentioned.
Thank you. Congratulations to the Gentry High School Conversion Charter School, and congratulations to the audience, and you are welcome to Little Debbie Snacks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll pause for a 10-minute break.
I was going to ask, I'm feeling a little hungry. Look, I want you to know when you ask. I had no idea. Shows you how safe I am. Yeah. Mine are the little Swiss rolls. I freeze them. Yeah, my wife can't stand them, which is a good thing. You did a great job.
Yes. And again, personally, it works.
Ms. Boyd, you are recognized for action item 2. We are having a great day today.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm enjoying my cupcakes from Little Debbie. Item A2, hearing of district conversion public charter school application, Hot Springs World Class High School. Hot Springs World Class High School is a proposed district conversion public charter school. The applicant is requesting to serve students grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,200. ADE staff reviewed the applications. The concerns were shared with the applicant for response. The application, the ADE evaluation, and the applicant's response are included for your review. And here from the Hot Springs World Class High School, we have Principal Lloyd Jackson to begin their presentation.
If all the representatives from Hot Springs World Class High School and anyone speaking in opposition would please stand to receive the oath, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, you're recognized.
Good morning to the chairman and also to the board, the panel. With us today I am Lloyd Jackson, principal of Hot Springs High School, and excited to be the principal, possibly after today's opportunity, of the Hot Springs World Class High School. We have presenting with us today our superintendent, Dr. Mike Hernandez, also our director of secondary education, Dr. Stephanie Nehus. Our district GT coordinator is here as well, Becky Rosberg. Our IB coordinator, Paula Redding, our career and college counselor at Hot Springs High School, Miss Amy Snyder, and our career and technical coordinator, Mr. William Harris. For the next few moments, it is our goal to describe an opportunity for our students that will give them a choice in their future as they pursue excellence in all they do. We hope to inspire young minds and open them to the possibilities of a future which is within reach for each of them, along relevant pathways toward and beyond graduation. The Hot Springs World Class High School wants to do more than provide a high school diploma. It is our desire to provide our students with exposure to careers as well as experience in their interested fields of study, while having our students leave with technical certificates which give them a leg up amongst graduates within the Hot Springs community. Hot Springs World Class High School, a place where students are going to be excited about their education, take ownership of their education, and the community and students see and understand the value in graduating from Hot Springs World Class High School. Let's take a journey to this place called Hot Springs World Class High School, a school of choice, excellence, and opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Nehus. I am the Director of Secondary Education for Hot Springs School District, and I'm excited to be here today to share with you our journey. As we began, of course, as you heard earlier this morning, the focus has been so much on getting everyone ready to go to college, which is not reality for 100% of our students, and we realized that. And so preparing everyone for a career is a reality. So we want to shift that focus to 100% career readiness, whether that be through a path that takes a 4-year college route, a 2-year college route, a technical school route, or they leave us directly to the workforce. We looked at our graduation rate, and that was really the data that we dug into, and we said 77% of Hot Springs High School in the 13-14 school year graduated in the 4 years on time. That is not acceptable to us. And so what can we do to encourage students, to inspire students, and to help them to see that graduation is important and that numbers will rise? You couple that with our college going rate of 32.9%. So 77% of our students who graduated, only 32.9% of them went directly to college. Again, that is not acceptable for us. And we looked at the unemployment rates by education level, and it's clear that those students who do not graduate, they have a 14% unemployment rate versus those students who do graduate, that comes to like 10%, and then those who do go on to get some sort of college, that then drops amazingly as well. So that whole concept of the value-added diploma, where they're leaving us with college credit, concurrent credits, where they're leaving us with industry certifications, and when they're leaving us with workplace readiness skills, we know is going to set them up for success in their future. And so we looked at the research, and we tried to determine what direction do we want to take our charter school that would make it different than that traditional school. And the research is clearly stating that the academy concept results in those significant positive impacts on graduation rate, on academic outcomes, on student behavior, and on post-high school outcomes. In a recent Northwest Arkansas Tech Summit, they highlighted the need for those skilled technical workers as they leave the high school level. And so our timeline began. And we did begin this whole discussion back at the beginning of the 2014-15 school year, where we started just talking to our staff and saying, if there were no rules, if we could do anything we wanted to do for our kids, what could we do? What are some innovative ideas? And everything that came out of that was more vocational offerings, workplace skills, internships, the ability for our students to do more than they can do in the traditional cookie-cutter approach to education, the 8-hour days, everyone's taking the same thing. And so we began this process, and we did meet as a steering committee beginning this past summer, and we met every 2 weeks up until that charter application deadline. And on that steering committee, we knew it was important to have our key stakeholders. So we had district and building administrators, of course, but we had school personnel, we had teachers, we had students, we had parents, and we had our community. We had the Chamber of Commerce represented, and we had higher ed with our partnership currently with National Park College and National Park Technical Center. In hopes that we will be approved, we are already thinking of implementation. We knew that was important. We've got the application submitted. We knew the next step was to start deciding how are we going to make this happen, and how are we going to make this happen by 2016-17. And so we've begun implementation meetings as to what this will look like. We've started our business partnership conversations. We're very excited with the progress we've made with those, and we'll share some of those as we go through our presentation. We've got phases for implementation because we realize we can't do everything beginning 2016-17. We're going to have to implement this in phases. And we know that scheduling is going to be important because we're going to start scheduling for next year into February 1st of March. And so we've got to be ready for that and what that will look like for our school. So here are our phases. In phase 1, we do want to implement our innovations. And some of those innovations, you may ask, are they truly innovations? And so first thing in phase 1 is the academies. And we do have a freshman academy that we began last year, so we're in the second year of that. However, adding the career academies is going to be something very new for us, and we feel that that is an innovation. We will be having pathways in these academies, career pathways. And we are very proud to be a K-12 IB International Baccalaureate school district. And we are the only K-12 school district in the state of Arkansas, and so we're really proud of that. But what's new, and we put that as an innovation, being IB, what's new is that we've added the career-related program. We are the first school in the state of Arkansas to implement that, and there are only 50 schools in the nation. That is brand new with the International Baccalaureate organization. And so that is very exciting to us because it merges perfectly with this whole concept of career academies. We're going to embed courses, and we did ask for some waivers in that, and we do realize that we don't need waivers to embed courses, so we will be going through the ADE approval. And we've actually decided that we're going to be asking for a course approval for a citizenship seminar, which would embed civics and oral communications. And so we're beginning that process of getting that course approval ready to get that approved by the Department of Ed. And then internships, and that's that third innovation. And that will be new to us. And we realize internships isn't really a new thing, but it's going to be new to us, and those connections with the business community, as well as not only students going out and interning, but actually bringing business in and doing seminars, being mentors in our school building. All of that fits into that piece. In phase 2, we're going to add additional pathways as student interests change and as our business community needs change, because we realize that will take place. We're going to have advisory committees established for each academy, with the business and industry, with our school stakeholders, with our community, and our parents involved. And then we hope to establish the night school blended learning opportunity possibility, extending every opportunity for our students to complete credits outside of a traditional school day may require those waivers of seat time and that full day attendance for us. But again, that whole concept of having internships that might need to be take place during the school day, and students might need to be doing their schooling after a regular school hours. And phase 3 would be the possibility of satellite programs. Students actually going off our site possibly for cosmetology, those types of areas. Again, we want to focus on the needs of our community and the businesses. Cosmetology is a huge interest to our students, but it's not a huge need in the business community at this stage. So that's, again, a phase 3 possibility for us. We've shared a proposed bell schedule, again, going ahead and adding that 0 hour, that extended hour, so more opportunities for our students to get what they need to be successful. Here's what our academies are going to look like. Grade 9 is our freshman academy. The life of a 9th grader is going to be pretty typical. It's not going to change a lot with this conversion charter. They will be involved in the freshman academy. They're going to be working on those core classes and electives that they need to get taken care of in the 9th grade. They do have mentoring there and some one-on-one individualized attention, and they will have a part of this 4-year, 6-year plan. So that will be where they'll be established. In grades 10, 12, we have determined we're going to begin with these 4 academies: liberal studies, education and healthcare, business and technology, and industrial technologies. And we chose these based on surveys of our students and surveys from our community. In the liberal studies, that's where we see our current IB diploma program primarily fitting. Not that an IB diploma level student could not take courses within any of the career academies, but we do already have pathways established, and those are listed here up on the slide. And we are thinking ahead to that phase 2, food production. We know we want to add that. We're already in conversation with Chartwells, our food service management. Those students will be able to do some internships right there on our campus and get those certifications needed for food production and that experience. Education and healthcare, we also see a need to grow our own. We will be adding teaching and training, we hope, in the 2016-17 school year. And hopefully, we already have partnerships with National Park College. We are talking with Henderson State University, since they are now have a satellite center in Hot Springs, and our own district. We're looking to utilize our students to go down and intern in our elementary schools, get their paraprofessional certification, and be able to provide some interventions for our students at that level. Business and technology, phase 2, I'd like to highlight the mobile application development. We are thrilled about the computer science initiative by our governor, and we are having great success with our Essentials of Computer Programming class this year, and our students are begging for what can I do next. And so we are adding a definite pathway for them that they can continue to pursue their dreams in that area. You'll also see on these slides the IB career-related program. We see those fitting, those classes, those requirements fitting very nicely in all of these academies and these career pathways. Industrial technologies, again, we have phase 2 opportunities there, as well as other pathways that we already have ready to go. Welding is one that I'll highlight here. That could be available through Job Corps, and Job Corps is located in our district currently. It would possibly necessitate the flexibility of full-day attendance and seat time, though, for our students to be able to go out to Job Corps, get into that program, and then also handle their credits at the high school. And so I want to share with you one of these pathway examples. We have them prepared for all of our career pathways that we have established. And this shows that we have a plan in place. This is the 4-year and even beyond plan for each child. We have it connected to Career Cluster, Education and Training. We have the core curriculum credits there, plus their additional credits, and we have what a 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade year will look like. And I highlight this because you see in that 11th grade year, in our current 8-period day, you'll see a line in that very last column, because students will have been able to receive their credits that they need, and that's where we see those internship openings in their schedules already set to go. We have the post-secondary piece, so they see what technical center programs, what community college programs, what university programs would apply to this career pathway. And even scrolling down just a little bit, you can also see what the careers, we may not be able to scroll down today on here, there you go. You can see the careers that would be possibilities ranging from this pathway and the possible industry certifications. We want our parents and our students to know if this is the pathway you want to pursue, these are the opportunities that you're going to have as you go on into your future. So a typical day for a sophomore, junior, or senior would be completing those core credit requirements, and then as they get those items completed, then going to internships in the afternoon or even after school, before school, those types of scenarios. Talked a little bit about business partnerships. We are excited about the business partnerships in progress, and the business partners are excited to be having these conversations with us. We are collaborating with Fountain Lake, who is also a conversion charter school in Garland County, to meet with business and industry partners to share our needs, what we would need for our students in their internships, and for them to share with us what they need from us for a successful experience. If we cannot, for age restrictions, for example, Oaklawn, concerned with age of our students, we've already talked with them about them coming in and providing seminars in our school building or being mentors to our students that might be in that career pathway for general management. So we are really excited, and we've got business partners already in communication in every academy, and we're trying to get one for each pathway as well. And so we'd like to finish just sharing a video. This video was created by our students from Digital Communications, and we're really excited about that. And due to technology, we're going to shift and go to Plan B.
Hi, I'm Ariana, a student here at Hot Springs High School. Today, I want to take you on a journey and show you some exciting enhancements to the School of Choice and Excellence. Come on. For the past 2 years, teachers have poured themselves into the Freshman Academy. You may ask, what makes this system work? What relevance does the Freshman Academy have to do with our decision to apply for the District Conversion Charter? Simply put, all of our successes are birthed from the Freshman Academy.
Having the one-on-one time with their teachers, I think, is a very big part of this. We have team time every day where the 4 core teachers come together and we address individual student needs. We look at their grades, we look at behaviors, we do response interventions as necessary, provide tutoring, anything that they need to help them be more successful.
The Freshman Academy is beneficial to 9th graders because the teachers are very involved in it, and the teachers are there for the students when they need help, whether it's in their personal lives or in their schoolwork.
Career academies are good because they enhance relevance for the students. They get to take classes that they're interested in. They are also in, basically we call it a school within a school, because like we do here with our Freshman Academy, the students have a smaller group of teachers that they're rotating through, so the teachers have a better chance of knowing what's going on and keeping tabs on things and making sure that their education is relevant to that particular group of students.
Looking at the career-based academies that we are planning to do here within the high school, I think it's going to provide a sense of purpose for our students. It will give them a point of interest so that they can focus their attention. I think that if we can replicate in some level what we're doing in the Freshman Academy, it will give them a safety net, those core group of teachers that they can rely on and will be there to meet their needs.
You fix it so that students get to be in a smaller learning group and they're taking classes that they chose that are relevant to a career that they are directly interested in, and it's something that they can see paying off in the next couple of years instead of 12, 13, 15 years from now. That helps a lot. More teachers have deeper relationships with those kids because they're in a school within a school. There's not 1,000 students in the school. There's 150, 200 students in that school, and you can build a better rapport and a better relationship. The decision to apply for the District Conversion Charter meant working in and with our community members to develop even stronger partnerships. Such partnerships include National Park College here in Hot Springs.
The main thing I see is that what Hot Springs High School is trying to do with their charter process is gain more flexibility for students, so that students have opportunities that currently their schedule does not allow. At the Technology Center, we have opportunities to offer students concurrent credit, where they can get college credit while they're coming to our center. They have opportunities to earn industry certifications, where they can walk right out of high school with a certification and go to work. Some of the obstacles that we see with sending schools are that there are so many options that students don't have the time in their schedule, and there's not the flexibility built in that they can take advantage of many of the opportunities that we have. So where I've been excited about being a part of the charter process with Hot Springs High School is that they see the value in industry certifications. They see the value in college credit. And so because of that, they're making sure that as they walk through this charter process, their students are going to have more opportunities because of the flexibility in their schedule to take advantage of what we have to offer.
Our teachers, administrators, and superintendent have one goal: to help the students succeed. This looks different to every student.
The charter school will offer children the opportunity to go out and do some internship, so you'll be more interested in going to school because you can also go to school 8 to 10 maybe, take those first 3 classes, and then you can go off to your job. So you, at the same time you're working, but you're also getting your education.
Moving forward, the plan and goal is to continue to build strong ties with business partners in the community, to create internship opportunities for the students here at Hot Springs High School.
I think equipping our students with the understanding of what jobs are available here in our own community and teaching them how to build things with their hands and giving them confidence while still in high school to know that they are good at something and equipping them with a skill that they can take into the workforce upon leaving high school. That's not only going to help retention in our high schools and keep these kids in school and get them to graduate and be excited about what they're doing, but I think it's also going to help our community grow substantially.
We've got to give them the skill sets that allow them to be pursued by employers. And instead of schools just kind of having to say, well, this is the only education we can give you because of the constraints that have been put on us, let's take those constraints off.
With these exciting innovations, who wouldn't want to be a part of Hot Springs High School? I know I'm proud to be a Trojan. Are you?
I am.
I am.
I am.
I am.
I am a Trojan.
That concludes our presentation, and Dr. Hernandez will follow up in our 5-minute time.
Thank you. Anyone to speak in opposition? Dr. Hernandez, you're recognized. Meeting the needs of the people.
That's right. I'm folding chairs out and doing lighting and all that. Good morning, Mike Hernandez, Superintendent of Hot Springs School District. It's good to be here and be able to follow that presentation. I think our staff did well. Essentially what we're here trying to do in Hot Springs School District is, and I feel like we've done that, is we've got this spark. We've got people from the business and industry community. We've got people from higher ed, adult ed. We've got all these people that are now taking a look at Hot Springs and being interested in saying, what are the possibilities for our school district? Now, is everything perfectly fleshed out? No. We've got a lot of conversations and a lot long roads to go to get things where they want to be. We offer a lot. We have the International Baccalaureate program. We do have concurrent credit. We do have AP courses. We have partnerships with Job Corps. The biggest thing for us is we wanted to make sure initially everything was aligned. And the biggest thing that we have for kids is that we have a high poverty rate. These kids come from places where they don't have those sometimes role models that say, hey, here's the way that you get from point A to point B. So a lot of this that we've been doing now is just structuring what we do offer, and we offer quite a bit. And then as we roll out, one thing that we're looking at within these academies is that we're establishing these advisory committees with each one of them and bringing in business and industry and partnerships, higher ed, and saying, how can we make each one of these better? So what it starts out being in year one, it's going to look different. A perfect example is the teacher academy. We're having conversations with ADE about how can we start to grow our own teachers. That data that's out there that says there's 8,000 some odd people in educator prep programs in 2010. We're down in 2015. It's down to 5,200. That's a problem. We've got to address that. And so we're taking it incumbent upon ourselves as we're developing a unique high school. It's really almost a 2-year, 4-year university career VOTEC center all meshed into one place. And I look at it and, to use common terms, 3 buckets. If you're really wanting that super rigorous curriculum, the IB program is where you want to go. If you're not sure, you still want rigorous curriculum, but you also want a career pathway, the IBCP pathway is where you get kind of a little bit of both. If you want to go out into the workforce, you're going to go in that direction. And so there's yet another pathway. I can't say enough about the folks that have really stepped up for us in our community to come to the table and say that we want to help. Even the Miss Hill, the transcription lady, approached us when we got here about, having a partnership. They need welders, and so how can we help serve those needs? And so that's, what Representative Mickey Gates said about being sought after. We want our folks to be sought after, and that's something that we're working really hard to do for our kids. In closing, we'd appreciate the opportunity to continue this journey for our kids and try to provide the best possible education. Not very long ago, I sat up there with you guys and thought about, this was my favorite part about being on the charter authorizing panel, amongst many things working at the department. But you got to sit up there and you started dreaming about, hey, how can we do this better? So many neat ideas came from this area, and so my folks probably think I'm crazy, but I've kind of came out there and charged after it. Says, we're gonna start doing work, and we're gonna work hard every day to try to improve the lives for kids. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Dr. Gocher, would you like to start our questions?
Sure. Thank you, team. It's an honor to have you folks here today, and it's a pleasure to see the goals and dreams that you have for the Trojan students of Hot Springs. I think Dr. Nahus mentioned the citizenship seminar and the blending of civics and oral comps. I don't need to ask anything on that, but I was concerned just one bit. I think the plans were to already relocate the ALE students prior to this proposal. So as you consider relocation of your ALE students to the home buildings, talk about some of the challenges that you foresee and then how those students will be integrated as well into the IBCP program and so forth.
I don't necessarily see challenges. I see some opportunities for those students who are coming into our campus to get involved in this particular idea, this concept, even more fully. And so the challenges are simply going to be, how do we make this work for them? Now they're on campus, it's easier to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Saunders?
I'd like to jump into some of the waivers and ask some questions concerning those. If I could look, starting off on the oral communications. You are asking for a waiver from that requirement, is that correct?
That's going to be we're looking at that's part of our embedded blended piece.
So
that
you're
waiver,
pulling that?
Yeah, that waiver
okay,
is
as well as civics?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, I wanted to just clarify that.
Yeah, we will pull the civics and the oral communications waivers because we do realize that those will be embedded, and we will do the ADE course approval process.
Okay. On the class size, regarding class size, there's two components to that I'd like to talk about, probably address each one separately. The first one is to allow class size not to exceed 40. So just talking about that when it says in the event of a specific career pathway. So this would not be, as we have looked at formerly with online learning or those types of environments. This would be a typical classroom setting asking for a class size of up to 40. Is that correct?
We're looking at internships. Those are for our internships, for those individuals who are involved in that, for those instructors to have more than those 30 to 40 students that are allowed there. So that's strictly for the internship experience for the students. So it's not in any of our core or any other courses outside the internship experience.
Okay, when you're saying an internship,
the supervisors, the students will be assigned to a supervisor. So if
okay.
they're going into a partnership that we have, they'll have a supervisor who is communicating with us, who supervised by us, and then they'll be supervising those students. And so they may have more than just the 40 students per class or per instructor there.
So when you say, I guess I just want to try to understand it, on an internship, we're not talking about a traditional classroom setting in that
Correct.
sense.
Correct.
What if I'm understanding you correctly, you're talking about possibly the coding within, say, eSchool, of those things, of assigning a group of students to a supervisor, but they may be different locations as part of an internship, not all in one room.
Correct.
Okay.
We requested that waiver for the internship experience specifically for those that are supervising internships to make sure there would be no problem if a specific pathway had 40 students in it and one person needed to supervise more than that 30 that would be allotted in their regular teaching class size.
Okay, I understand that. The 180 number for allowing teachers to go up to 180, is that needed, or are you trying to circumvent the...
Same thing. It's for those that would be supervising internships. They may be over the 150 because they have students that are out in the community working and they're just supervising them. That's the only reason we asked for that waiver.
In that waiver, that's currently allowed for in law, with my understanding. However, the new law requires it. Dr. Hernandez, would you?
Yeah, and I think the new law does, and any person that's in the traditional classroom setting where they're, developing a curriculum, they're actually teaching, grading, all those types of things that we would want to take advantage of the law and make sure that if they're doing that extra work, we'd pay them. In the internship setting where they're merely supervising and most of their time is spent, just kind of an administrative role over the program, we want that flexibility to not have to pay additional monies for that.
So that would be limited just to the internship?
Correct.
And going down to the next item, the seat time, would that be limited to just your vocational courses on the waiver of the Carnegie unit?
We are requesting that for our elective courses. That seat time for us would be digitally earned, utilizing Virtual Arkansas, those types of settings, but that would be for the electives and or vocational pieces only,
okay.
Not core classes.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure I just heard you correctly, because when I read it, I read it as it would not impact any graduation requirements. And since you do have some electives in your graduation requirements, which I understand the concept and I'm comfortable with it, but I did want to make sure that what I'm hearing and what I'm reading in your waiver is aligned. So here it says Hot Springs High School is only asking for a waiver of the 120 clock hour requirement and not to waive any graduation requirements.
Correct.
Okay. So your seat time would not be how many credits do you currently require? Locally.
Right. Locally, we require 23 in the technology.
Okay. Yeah. And so I'm okay. I just, when I heard it, I had to ask the question because I want to be sure that we're in alignment with what you're actually asking for. And so, if Dr. Saunders is okay in that, I am as well. I do have a question.
I want to make sure and just apologize to clarify is that on that the seat time waiver that we aren't asking for it for we are asking for it possibly for some of the core classes if it's blended learning and digitally as well.
Okay,
in order
yeah.
to be able to make sure we're clear on that. And there's lots of reasons for that. Is that in our senior class, what we want our senior, and I'll give you an example, we start out with about 400 kids in kindergarten. Sometimes we end up with 180 to 200 kids in our senior class. And so some of those we lose to transfers, choice, some of them we lose to dropouts. We're very, we take everybody. And so, we have strong partnerships with Job Corps. When people come from all over the state of Arkansas and sometimes other states, we get those kids and they become our students. When they go to JDC, we take those students. And so in that same vein that, a 9th or 10th grader may get that spark and they may decide, hey, I want to get my act together. But when they have that long list of things that they have to accomplish, we want to have that flexibility and that seat time if they're able to do some blended learning opportunities to do that. We want our senior class to look like, we want the seniors that aren't there because they graduated early. We want some that are going to do a little bit of later on components, and that kind of blends into our third component of our concept of night school.
Mhm.
You know, we want to get to a point where we partner with other school districts within our county. We can't afford to do a night school by ourselves. But as we roll this out a little bit further, we want to have that flexibility to be able to have kids come in after hours and others from other school districts and things like that, and be able to have a little bit more offerings where, you know, it's kind of a have it your way education plan.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that additional information. You know, the blending piece, that's understandable. And I'm fine because I thought I read it correctly the first time, but I wanted to be sure I was understanding completely. I do have the question in the midst of all of this of buy-in from your faculty.
It's a great question, because we started this conversation, as we mentioned in our presentation, last school year, and it was a conversation around if we could be our own bosses and we had no rules to follow, what would this life look like? And a lot of these concepts we have on the table come from our faculty. The Freshman Academy 2 years ago began because faculty said we ought to do something different for our freshmen. And so we created that concept with their buy-in. As we move forward with their buy-in, a large majority of our faculty are on board because they see the impact. And if I were to share with you we try to make sure that at the table we have those who may say no, so that we can get that particular buy-in along this journey.
Dr. Saunders?
You want to follow up on, are you still going?
Oh, no.
I'll switch subjects. Where you want to go? All right, I had questions on the licensure waivers. I wanted to be clear on what's written. Would the teacher licensure waivers, would that only apply to non-core classes?
That is correct. That is, again, opportunities for partnership organizations to come in and help and be involved in that process, or those who are licensed in those particular areas, plumbing, electrician, this kind of thing, not math, science, social studies, language arts.
And why the request for the waiver from the principal licensure?
I don't like Mr. Jackson, so I'm not. No, I think that was probably an oversight on our part. We don't intend to waive the principal licensure.
You want to withdraw
we'll
that?
withdraw that.
I'm fully licensed.
Now he tells you.
That's all I had right now.
Ms. Pfeffer, do you have a follow-up to the licensure question?
I did. I just, can you give me an example? You said a career professional coming in and teaching a course. So can you give me an example of what you see that might look like?
Well, we partner with National Park Technical College, and they own the bulk of that licensure and making sure those teachers are certified to do the work that they do. And there may be opportunities for those teachers to come to our campus and teach a welding class or to teach automotives actually on our campus, and not having our students to go out to those areas. And so making sure those individuals are still highly qualified. They're going through the process of background checks, malnutrition, child maltreatment.
Ms. Leewell will be glad you said that.
We have plenty of cake, so I'm good. And so those kind of opportunities we see down the road.
Okay, and this would also cover a situation where in your I can't even your technology, if you had someone from a business sector
Correct.
come in, a non-educator who came to teach on your campus, they could potentially be teaching students courses for which they would get required graduation credit as an elective. Is that correct? You would.
And you know, we're trying to be very entrepreneurial in our practices, and so some of the things, you know, by doing things with technology, you know, we've got tech guys that have their degrees and stuff like that. We want to be very industrious. We want to put our kids to work side by side with our guys and allow them to teach in some of these networking, all these types of different things. One, we get a staff, saves us costs, kids get certificates, and we have a lot more folks to fix our computers so our teachers are happy. Same thing with the Chartwells deal. You know, we want our kids to understand food production. We want them to understand how to do the things that people struggle with, and at the same time, you know, they can get that experience on what does it take to build the menu, what does it take to make sure that your plate cost is where it needs to be, what does it take to manage a staff. You know, learning all of those components, you know, through our partners, I think would be very valuable, especially for us being that hospitality and tourism type of community. And so we think that's a good thing for us.
And the reason for my asking is kind of like with the previous charters, just to be sure that we're all clear that in terms of course codes and graduation credits, that we're going to have to work as partners to make sure that there will not be negative implications, down the road for students, and that all of that has been thought through in terms of.
In any of those situations, I will work directly with Mr. Coy to make sure that we have that. We have a very good working relationship. So any questions that we have on those course codes, I always try to make sure I run that by the department to make sure we are doing what's right for our kids.
And it is new for kind of a new experience for us, because we have to be very careful that the licensure office, his office, plus the career education office, that everyone's working together to be sure that that we don't have the miscommunication. Thank you.
Dr. Coach.
I noticed on the presentation, I think it was you, Dr. Hernandez, that referenced advisory committees or advisory boards for each of the different academies. I appreciate that and recognize that ongoing partnership and conversation is important. What will that look like? How often? How do you respond to your partnership or to your advisory boards requests or concerns and so forth? What would that look like, sir?
Right. I think what the intention is pending the approval of this charter, we're going to form these advisory and probably meet pretty frequently over this semester. And then once we get into that mode, we're going to meet probably quarterly. But the conversation is going to be, let's look at each pathway. Let's see, if you remember that chart that was up there, it talked about here are the different certifications you can get. Well, how can we, somebody in the aerospace manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, say, well, if you can add this component or get this is what we're really looking for. And what having those ongoing conversations gives us a lot of flexibility where we can modify programs and really be responsive to what industry needs at that time. We're gearing up in our community to have lots of conversations about how we increase broadband. We're trying to attract more tech companies. So knowing that, we want to make sure that, we have all those things. We talked about Oaklawn. People think about racing and horse races. Well, they have one of the largest technology staffs around, because when you think about you can sit at the comfort of your home and do, you can place your bets, if you will, and do all those kinds of things. Well, that's technology. They can't afford for Wi-Fi systems to go down. They can't afford for servers to go down. And we know, you guys know how much it costs to get programming and things like that fixed. And so we want to make sure that we're providing those kinds of opportunities for our kids. So, when they graduate, they can see, hey, I may have the certification, I need to go right to work, or I can go over to National Park, pick up these few classes and go. But we want to constantly be looking at that and not stay stagnant in what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And so that's why it's important for us. We can sit around as teachers and talk about, well, we think, but we don't know. And that's why it's important for us to be a very symbiotic with our community and say, when you're investing $12,000 plus per kid each year to educate them, we want to make sure you're getting that return on investment upon graduation. And so that's kind of the conversations that we're having, and that's why we're having so much buy-in, because, when I put $144,000 plus or $150,000 into a kid, hopefully I'm getting something out of it as a community person. And so that's kind of the mindset and the approach that we're taking to this.
And I think that's a powerful piece. Recently, had a chance to visit the Springdale School District. I know they're guests in our room today. But one of the things I asked Dr. Rollins was, how do you maintain those partnerships? And he referenced something to the effect if it's intentional and it's proactive. And I think having an advisory board is a very proactive piece. So I commend you guys for that, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez.
Dr. Jones.
Dr. Hernandez, or I guess anyone, did the students incur costs for National Park attendance there?
They do not. We pay for $50. Their registration fee and then everything else is covered.
Good.
So it's we're heavily utilizing, of course, with the new modification to the state law allowing the ALE funds and NSLA funds to be used in partnership with those. That's something else that we're heavily exploring, and we've actually upped quite a bit our concurrent credit enrollment this year with National Park.
Good. What about enrollment in IB? I noticed you had AP and IB. Do students have to meet certain criteria to go to either one of those programs?
If I may, I would like to defer that one to our IB coordinator, Ms.
right.
Redding.
My name is Paula Redding. I'm the International Baccalaureate Coordinator at Hot Springs High School. I'm also the coordinator for the IBCP. And as such, I'm the academic advisor, mentor, social, emotional guide. I'm kind of their go-to person. We offer IB in grades 11 and 12. It's a program that you can be fully invested in and take the 7 courses in 11th grade and the 6 or 7 courses in 12th grade. But we also, in some cases, we offer a concurrent AP IB. For example, I teach the 12th grade IB English and AP Lit in the same class, and the students take both sets of tests. We do the same thing with the IB and AP Biology. The students take the same curriculum, we embed the 2 curriculum, and they take both tests. We also offer AP Literature. We have in the past offered some other AP courses. For example, there's nothing in the IB program like AP American Government. So when we have students that want that, we've offered that. We've offered AP Statistics. We've offered AP Calculus. Those are offered on an as requested basis.
Thank you. What kind of training does an IB teacher have to have?
To teach the IB diploma programs, the first year they must, either before they start teaching the class or during that year, go to the International Baccalaureate official training. It's 3.5 very intensive days of training. If for some, then every 7 years or whenever the IB syllabus is adjusted, that teacher must either go back to the face-to-face training, or if that is an experienced teacher, they can do that course online. But for example, I have to, as a coordinator, I had to be trained, and then every minimum of every 7 years, I have to go back to training as well. So
Okay, and so offerings, students may go the AP/IB route.
they can go we have, like Dr. Hernandez says, we have lots of offerings. You can be an IB diploma candidate, in which case you can pick up some AP courses as well. You can take IB isolated courses. I only want to take IB English. That's the only course I want to take. We do that. But the new piece that we're offering, the IB career related, it was kind of our precursor in a way, along with the Freshman Academy, to what we're hoping to do with our pathways. The IBCP, the IB career related program, these students will be in the career pathways. They will be completers. That is a requirement for them to receive the IBCP certificate. They also must take 2 IB courses, which adds the rigor for them to go on to college. One of the courses must be a 2-year IB course. The other one can be 1 or 2 years. And if they have room in their schedule, they can take additional courses. And then there's also an extra IB course for those students called the IBCP Core.
Okay, and so those students that don't prefer to take AP or IB, they have regular.
They will be all of those students will be in one of the career pathways under this new. And some of our IB students will also be in those career pathways.
So what changes when you bring ALE students back on campus? What's different? Will they participate in any of those classes?
They can.
Okay.
Okay, that's part of my job is to advise, but they will be able to.
And bringing the ALE students back on campus is going to provide them the opportunity to be able to take these courses, which they have not been able to do when they've been off-site. Whether it be that we actually bring the IB teacher in to that setting and teach them, or whether they actually leave and go out for a class period to take that course. We're really excited about that offer.
And Dr. Nahus, I want to compliment you for the career pathway sheet. We have encouraged that for about a year now, because finally it puts down a plan for their whole high school career. And we have found that it's very difficult to counsel kids when we don't know what we have available, and it gives them on paper a real plan. What are the possibilities? How did you start, when did you start using that?
So we have not implemented it yet. That'll be with this charter. We're real excited about that. But we found some examples, and I have to compliment our college and career counselor and our career and technical ed coordinator, because they have put in the legwork to make sure that all those documents are complete for our current. I think we have 16 pathways we're ready to go with, and those documents are all ready.
That
so
is
we're
a
real
lot of
excited.
work, but it's so incredibly important. Thank you for doing that work. One more question, and I will be finished. I'm curious what you're doing, what's your plan for the extended hours, 0 hour and after class?
That's an opportunity, again, for those students who are part of any of our academies, but certainly those students in our IB program who, we jam-pack a lot in for them during the normal school day. So for them to get some more elective opportunities, to have that 0 hour before, also some extended time after benefits them, but also that student who, I may be behind, and I have not gotten, I didn't get on the right track my freshman year, so I need to take some things before school, a little after school, in order to get caught up so that I'm graduating in 4 years and I can have that internship experience my junior, senior year. Just trying to provide opportunities for those students to get on track, stay on track, and to move in the right direction.
Thank you. And I want you to answer this as the principal. On the PBIS, is that new for y'all?
This first year, and you don't see that a lot on the high school campus, but I came from a middle school world where we made it work, and we're looking forward to that being a huge impact across our campus of rewarding. Oftentimes we get so caught up in cracking the whip that we forget.
Social, emotional component is so important to plan with your program, so I commend you for that. Good work.
Thank you.
Can I add one thing too, Dr. Jones? To that last question, our community, our board, at the public hearing, a lot of questions came up about what if a child wants to switch pathways? Will they be able to do that? And that's another reason for those 0 and extended hour, is because if they choose to switch a pathway, then they'll have the capability to get all their graduation requirements, but they might not be able to get that industry certification because they might be a little behind. But this would give them an opportunity, if they're motivated, to put in extra time even to be able to leave us with exactly what they want to be successful in their future.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have some questions. And you just answered one of them, but in keeping with that idea of flexibility for the students, which I'm really excited about, talk to us a little bit about your plans for being flexible with your teachers.
It becomes natural. I mean, it's the goal to be flexible for our students, but at the same time, this may provide opportunities for flexibility for our faculty schedule as well. Instead of coming in at 7:45 in the morning and going into 3:25, 3:24 in the afternoon, we may have some of our faculty have a shifted schedule. They're coming in at 9 o'clock and going into that 4:45 time slot in order to accommodate the needs of our students. So it's certainly an option, an opportunity for us that we look forward to as we move along this process.
I overheard someone in the restroom say, "I'm not a morning person." I thought, and neither are many of our adolescents.
Yeah.
So that they would be a perfect pairing.
We've actually had several who said, we love this idea of night school. Can I be the one who comes in at 12 o'clock and I'll work until 6 o'clock? And so we have a lot that are excited about that.
In keeping the vein of flexibility, in your video, a student talked about, he might take a few classes, might go out to a local business or an internship, and then might even come back. Talk to us about transportation, because I believe Dr. Hernandez talked about the free and reduced rate. So how are those kids going to get around?
Right now, we do provide a lot of some early morning learning tutoring opportunities, and we have a lot of after school. So we have transportation that's flowing during those hours. Right now, we're in conversations with our city and talking about, we have a intercity transit system. And so that goes out to the college and different places. So we're trying to get be able to pay those costs or have some kind of free coupon, if you will, type thing, that if they're a Hot Springs student that's involved in this program or this internship, if they don't have transportation in 11th and 12th grade, and many of our kids don't, can we have that in place? So that's some of the conversation in regards to transportation that we're having. We want to make sure that we don't limit kids that want these opportunities. And there may be some businesses and industries, if we have enough, that they may send folks to us. We'll come pick them up and bring them out to our internship and bring them back. And we also have various, we have a lot of different things at Hot Springs School District, but we have some of these liaisons and stuff that work with us that come in and take our kids to various places throughout the day. And so we have a kind of I would say, transportation fleet. We have other additional methods of transportation that we can kind of get kids around if we need to.
Thank you. I too want to commend you on the preparation. One thing that I was really excited about is you were already talking about implementation, and it wasn't couched in that we're waiting on you as a panel to approve. Before we start, we are already starting, so we really commend you for that.
And it's because, and I say that's a credit to our staff. I didn't do anything but show up, but so far they haven't done anything that I'm willing to not take credit for. So it's a testament to our folks. A lot of this work had begun. I was concerned about the timeline. Coming in and saying, hey, let's have a discussion about this charter, and that was one of the first things I did when I got hired. Is I took Mr. Jackson out here to Outback Steakhouse, and we had a conversation about some of this stuff just to see where he was. And so I figured if I fed him, he'd be more amenable to listen to what I was talking about. And so, but I was pleasantly surprised that the Freshman Academy was put in place, and there was already conversations about these lines of thinking. And so, having the implementation working group, I said, guys, we're going to do this, whether they approve us or not. There may be some other issues we have to work through. But we just, we have a lot of great things. We're real fortunate in our district that we have Ouachita Job Corps. It's currently a residential program for kids. They offer, you can become union carpentry certified. You can become union painting, union maintenance or masonry. There's urban forestry. There's welding, same welding certificate you get from anywhere else. And also office automation. Kids go out there and they live there, and it's a good advantage for them, but we're having conversations that in the spring we're going to start rolling out this day program where we let kids go out and do that stuff during the day, and then they can come back. It's beneficial to them because they get to grow their program, paid for with federal dollars, and then, we have that service as kind of we're kind of taking this mentality of alternative learning environment, and our complete district is almost an alternative learning environment because it's, you may be really ambitious and you really want to do lots of things like be in orchestra and be in the band and be an IB student. Well, in our cookie cutter approach, you can't do that. There's all these barriers to that. So we want to open those doors and say, if you want to do it, we'll figure out a way to get it done for you. If you're way behind, we're going to figure out how to catch you up because we can't afford to we cannot graduate kids or not graduate kids anymore in our district. That we have to, take it upon ourselves as it's our responsibility to put quality kids out in the job market.
Amen. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Pfeffer.
And kind of in response to what you said there, I respect very much the commitment that you all have, that this is something you're going to try to do regardless because it's good for kids. But that's why I also see that this is exactly what this whole process is designed to do. And if we as a state have barriers in place preventing you, I'm just very excited that we have an opportunity to work with you and provide you with some of that flexibility. And so I think this is a very good example of what this whole process is supposed to be. And I just thank you for your hard work because it's and something that was said a while ago that employers, that the goal is for employers to be in pursuit of your students. And I think that's an awesome goal. And I'm excited.
Yeah, and we tried to be very thoughtful in our goals. Notice in those goals something that sometimes I know eluded me when I was on the panel was that we gave you numbers. We said we're doing 2%. We want to be held accountable, and even though we don't have, we're going to be back. We're going to come back with waiver requests and amendments because as we move through this, we know we're going to have issues. We're really encouraging folks in our county. We meet pretty regular as superintendents, and we're having these conversations about how we can, in Garland County, how can we make education the best thing around. And that's something that this is just the start of it. As Fountain Lake started it before us, is that we're trying to work together because we don't we don't care who you are or where you come from. We want to put you on the right path and ultimately, serve the society that we live in. So we're really excited about it.
Ms. Clay, are there any remaining issues regarding this request?
One waiver that I would recommend that they seek is the 618-213A2. This is the one we dealt with on the previous application that deals with visually noting the physical presence of students on digital courses. So if they would agree to that, then I have no other issues.
Thank you for the clarification. I wasn't going to get out of here without being able to say that. Then we would much like to seek that also.
Any other questions or comments? I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve the application for Hot Springs World Class High School.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Pfeffer and a second by Dr. Gocher to approve the application. Any comments, conversations? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Hernandez. If you'll wait patiently, you will have detailed remarks. Dr. Hernandez, as the panel is completing their document, and they'll read those to you, I would ask you to consider ways that you will communicate your progress along, not only for the benefit of the other school districts in your county, but for the benefit of school districts across the state. And one note that I wrote was, as the only K-12 IB program in the state, it falls upon you to be the voice of that opportunity for kids and to really share that. Other schools may be interested, but they don't know how to get started or don't know enough about it. So it really falls upon you to be the communicator of that opportunity for children.
You won't have to worry about us talking about all the things that we're doing in Hot Springs. We try to get out there and the good and the bad. So, I mean, we're going to be very open, and we'll think of ways that we can maybe work on a quarterly report or something that we can, have out there for our public and people to know, where are our issues, what are we running up against that are barriers, and then what is it that we're doing well and feel like we're having success with.
There are many people pulling for you, so feel free to reach out. And, we love a good link to a video.
Yeah. if we can get the voice to work, I think we're having issues with it. So.
Not in stereo.
Dr. Jones?
I support this motion because the district has designed high-level academic and career opportunities for students. They have done the planning necessary to expect this charter will be successful for students.
Mr. Lester?
I believe the applicant has an excellent plan for career readiness and has the resources, programs, and partnerships currently in place to meet the goals as outlined in their application.
Ms. Lewa?
I voted for. Simply put, this is a very promising plan.
Ms. Pfeffer?
This application clearly demonstrates a vision for the future of education for Arkansas students. The district is commended for its strong partnerships with the community and also with the other districts in Garland County, and I'm optimistic that students, parents, and the community will be excited about taking ownership for student success and articulating the value of being part of the Hot Springs World-Class High School.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion because the career academies, along the lines of everyone said, the career academies allow the students to gain a high school diploma and go out preparing for college or industry certification.
Dr. Saunders?
I thought this would provide an opportunity for the students reflecting the needs of the community.
Ms. Barnes?
I voted in favor of the motion. I believe that this concept serves as an innovative approach to student learning and college and career proactive strategies. The phase-in is a very responsible way to ensure success.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion to approve. I feel this applicant provides an innovative yet an aggressive approach towards a school that creates its own distinctive version of a flexible framework for kids. I further encourage you to remain close to your community partners in this process.
Congratulations, Hot Springs World-Class High School.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick 7-minute break and be ready for the next action item.
have her smile.
I'm Jim Rollins, Superintendent of the Springdale School District. It's a pleasure for me to talk with you today about a new model, a new educational model that's coming forward in our school system under the umbrella of our new School of Innovation. We're asking today for charter school status so that we might share the great work that's coming forward in that model with more and more students, both in our district and across the region. It has been the mantra of our school system over time to teach them all, and all means all, and we are committed to doing that. We know we have young people in our area that can benefit. Superintendent of the Springdale School District. It's a pleasure for me to talk with you today about a new model that we might share the great work that's coming forward in that model with more and more students, both in our district and across the region. It has been the mantra of our school system over time to teach. I'm Jim Rollins, Superintendent of the Springdale School District. It's a pleasure for me to talk with you today about a new model, a new educational model that's coming forward in our school system under the umbrella of our new School of Innovation. We're asking today for charter school status
have a almost 6-month-old German Shepherd, the most hyper creature God ever made. Oh my gosh, she's so sweet. Now she's kind of gotten past the chewing stage, as she jumps up on the couch. She's big as a horse now, and she just thinks she's a pet. And my wife and daughter thought they were going to take care of her because I'm the guy that gets up at 4:30 in the morning. So that's your usual time anyway. That's right. That's right. And I'm not going to sleep.
Gets up, takes you out.
My wife loves fudge. She is a. Me too. She's a hard soul. You only get one a year. That's right. Oh gosh, marshmallows.
That sounds like
chicken marshmallows and Easter. Yeah, marshmallows. They're real cute. I used to get them every year for one. That's why you're so real.
Clicker.
Yeah, we got an extension over there. All right, gavel, please. Gavel, Mr. Rogers. Oh,
I believe Representative Eads came in.
Yes.
You're welcome to come to the podium.
I'm Representative Lance Eads from Springdale, Arkansas, and I'm just here to provide support for our school district and their opportunity to get this charter. So any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you for allowing me to join this morning.
Thank you for being here. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized for action item 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item 3, hearing of district conversion public charter school application from the Springdale School of Innovation. Springdale School of Innovation is a proposed district conversion public charter school with a full virtual component. The applicant is requesting to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 2,000. ADE staff reviewed the application and concerns were shared with the applicant for response. The application, the ADE evaluation, and the applicant's response are included for review by the Charter Authorizing Panel. And here we have Dr. Megan Witonsky, the Associate Superintendent, here to begin the presentation for Springdale.
If all the representatives from Springdale School of Innovation and anyone speaking in opposition would please stand to receive the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
Thank you. Dr. Witonsky, you're recognized.
We are so thankful to be here. So good morning. Thank you for making sure that we were able to join you before lunch, because I know how that works. So hopefully everyone had an opportunity to meet little Debbie in the front. My name is Megan Witonsky. I am Associate Superintendent with the Springdale School District, and with me I have Mr. Joe Rollins, who is Principal at the School of Innovation, and Dr. Mark Osterly, who is Assistant Principal at the School of Innovation. So we're going to get started this morning, and Ms. Friedman, I know you're helping us back there. This is a photo, and you can notice that it's a schematic, it's a drawing, but this is our multi-million-dollar investment that is to open in August of 2016, which is going to be the new School of Innovation, which is where this charter will be living. And it is under construction. It is going forward, and I know that over the last 3 days we talked a lot about planning and implementation and development. And so we come to you today with this application. We don't take it lightly. We take it very seriously, and we are investing not only money money, but time and effort to make sure that we bring this model forward. There is not a building that exists like this in the state of Arkansas, and so we look forward to inviting you out to visit the building once it is open, but it is going to be a beautiful facility. We're going to go to a video, and I know that Ms. Friedman is working that for us through YouTube, and this is a message
I'm Jim
from our
Rollins,
superintendent, Dr. Jim Rollins, like he said.
Superintendent of the Springdale School District. It's a pleasure for me to talk with you today about a new model, a new educational model that's coming forward in our school system under the umbrella of our new School of Innovation. We're asking today for charter school status so that we might share the great work that's coming forward in that model with more and more students, both in our district and across the region. It has been the mantra of our school system over time to teach them all. And all means all. And we are committed to doing that. We know we have young people in our area that can benefit from personalization of teaching and learning. We know that we have young people in our area who may need special delivery of instruction that keep them from being in the traditional setting. And that list goes on and on. Through the charter school approach, the flexibility that is provided to us will allow us to share this great and emerging new model with each of these young people. The model that we're bringing forward for your consideration in the charter application has the stamp of approval of the patrons of the Springdale School District, our business community, and we believe Arkansas citizens at large. We know that kids move at their own pace. We know that they connect with learning in a very individual way. And through the flexibility of our new model, we're in a position to meet those needs at a level that we don't believe other providers can at this point in time. Our delivery system, this new model, is one of excellence, and it is one that really allows us to serve kids at the personal level that we all desire. In our district, in our state, in the nation today, all means all.
What makes the School of Innovation great?
How can we make it better?
What if our voice was a part of the conversation?
What if I had a mentor who was always there to support my needs?
My dreams and our goals.
Will this school become about me and not what someone wants me to be?
Can we transform our school to become personalized for every student? What if?
What if? What if?
The Springdale School of Innovation creates an environment to personalize every student's education through real-world applications and flexibility to promote college and career readiness. But what are students seeking, and what will this mean for student learning?
I chose the School of Innovation for the opportunities of figuring out what I want to be when I grow up, and the technology and having the resources that I would need.
I'm a hands-on learner, and I wanted to have more projects to do, and I thought it would be a different, cool experience, and I just wanted to do something different.
Everyone can be at a different level of learning at any time, and some people can be way ahead, and some people could be a little behind, but they always have that chance to be able to move up with no late dates and having them be able to work at what works for them.
Is about helping students to find their direction, helping them find where do they need to go next. Thanks, Ms. Friedman. So justification, look at that beautiful lady. All means all. And when Dr. Rollins talked about all meaning all, it doesn't just mean a small group. It doesn't just mean a small population. It means every child. And when you look at our data as a district and you look at our data at individual schools across the 30 schools, until we reach 100% proficiency, we are not meeting the definition of all means all. We've learned a ton about personalization of learning for students, personalization of learning for teachers, and those are two different things. 21st century college and career-ready learners, we have to have kids who are ready to lead us in our region and ready to lead us in the state. And we want them to be innovation ready. So we have several waivers that are included in our application, and some of those waivers harness the ability for us to go and access expertise, professional expertise from industry leaders, which we're going to talk about. The digital access, being able to ensure that students have access to anytime learning, and through that being able to show the mastery of that content through the Arkansas State Learning Standards. School-wide enrichment opportunities, and of course, dual language instruction. So regional awareness, there's this misnomer that Northwest Arkansas is this golden egg. You know, we serve 70% of our students are free and reduced. We serve over 10,000 English language learners, and we have about 42 different languages that we provide instruction and try to provide support and scaffold for. But one of the huge components that we have in our area is a strong local and business community. And we are fortunate that although it is local, it is a national brand. It is a global competitor. And we have learned a lot from those interactions that we've had with those industry leaders. But we have also learned that we are not maximizing that industry knowledge. Our leaders are telling us in education that they are not able to find the employees that they need to be able to fill the jobs that they need to fill. And those are right there in Springdale. So we want to harness the ability to bring in instructors, to bring in the field knowledge, to have students go out and experience what that field knowledge looks like. Competency-based learning. This has not been an easy road for us. This is a ton of work. It is extremely expensive. It is extremely time-consuming, and we have some of the best master teachers in Springdale working to build this competency education model for our students. But it is all based on the idea of ensuring mastery for our students, and not just some students, but for all students. And as you heard one of our students say in the video, I do it again until I get it correct. And so the idea of failure or the idea of not being able to succeed is not an option. We have some unique needs that are also unique to our geographic area. Some of those are we have recent immigrants, and in some cases, parents or students might be concerned about coming forward to work with the school as a partner because of their United States legal status. We also know that we have to maximize the ability for students to be able to attend, and so having the ability to have a digital offering in situations that we may not be able to connect with students otherwise, who are not registered homeschool students, and they are not enrolled in another district, they are not enrolled anywhere. We need to be able to bring that population into Springdale. Enrichment opportunities. This is not about narrowing the focus. This is about broadening the opportunities, ensuring that students have access to master teachers, industry experts, mentors, and of course, hands-on application. And I'm going to tell you a quick story, and this is not on the PowerPoint, but this is, to me, very telling of kind of where we're heading. We've done a lot of research. We've spent a lot of time. We've worked on this model and this idea for the last 3 years. You know, we were thrilled to be designated in 2014 under Act 601 as one of the first schools of innovation, and we take that endorsement very seriously. But from that and from those experiences, it has taught us that what we are doing is not enough. We have to be able to lift those remaining barriers, and that is why we are before you today. One of those barriers is through dual language instruction. There is a researcher, her name is Dr. Patricia Kuhl, and she is K-U-H-L, not cool, not like clarification over there. But she has this ability to be able to show what that looks like. And how she did it is she did it with a clear box and a toy. So she took two groups of babies, and she put them in two separate groups. One group of babies, 9-month-old babies, had exposure and had experienced multiple languages in the home. Any language, but they had had experience with 2 languages. The other group of 9-month-old babies came from a single language home. Whatever the language, but single language. She put them in 2 different groups, and she puts a clear box in front of them. And in the clear box, she holds up a toy. She shows the baby the toy. She puts the toy in the box. The baby sees the toy in the box, and the baby wants to do what? Reach for the toy. The babies, none of the babies in either study group were able to access the toy. And so she goes back and she sits down, and for each group and each individual baby, she models how you go through the clear box to grab the toy and extrapolate it out. And so what do the babies do? They go back and they try it the same way they did it before, but this time, both groups use the model. And when they used the model, they were able to go in and access the toy, which tells us teaching is important, right? You've got to have a way, you've got to have a guide to show you initially. But the third time she did it, she alternated the box. She put the hole in a different direction to alter the experience that the child was having. And the babies put themselves into two groups. And so what do you think happened? The group who had been exposed to one language kept trying the same way that had been modeled for them over and over again. The group who had been exposed to two or more languages, they figured out, they modified their effort, and they were all successful in pulling out the toy. Those are 9-month-old babies. And so if we can do the same thing to have our students to be able to problem solve and to apply those skills and to think, teaching them how to think is huge. So it helps to foster the brain development, but it is also an obligation that we have for all students. That enrichment model for all students needs to be school-wide. We have to increase the progress, and of course in Springdale it certainly helps us as we try to continue to address our achievement gap. And of course, the last bullet that you see is the response to business and industry. They need bilingual employees who are ready to take over. So I'm going to ask Mr. Joe Rollins to come up and talk with you about our community partnerships.
Dr. Gosher, you mentioned it better than I ever could just a little while ago. We had the unique opportunity to bring the facility forward at the same time as our instructional program, which they don't always line up. At that same juncture, we had the opportunity to involve our business community and our partners from day one. So we had the chance to sit down and ask partners like our Chamber of Commerce, our Northwest Council, our post-secondary partners like Northwest Technical Institute, Northwest Community College, and even the University of Arkansas, how can we work together to move the needle for our kids? Dr. Watansky alluded to the types of students that we have in our district, and they are as diverse as I could ever describe to you. Our business partners rallied around the fact that they have two commonalities. No matter where they came from, no matter what their background is, they have a future to prepare for, and they have us collectively to get them there. That's kind of been our resounding focus within our community. So we participate with our Chamber of Commerce on a regular basis, even to the point of this week. We visited with them in terms of workforce development in our region. Those partners give us incredible feedback in terms of what can we offer to our students in terms of course offerings, in terms of soft skill development, professional skill development. The information that we got back was very timely, very relevant to us, and they indicated that we need the following fields in our region: medical trades, skilled trades, HVAC, mechanical systems, welding, plumbing, automation, mechatronics, business and information technology, entrepreneurship, transportation, logistics, education, human resources, and then again, those 21st century skills that we work into our school day every day in the terms of what we call habits of mind. That might be the ability to collaborate or to manage your time or to be self-directed or to work with a group of your peers. Or maybe just get as simple as what does it truly mean to think instead of memorize and repeat? What can you do to problem solve? All skills that our students are bringing to the table infused in what they do every day. Then we were allowed to explore student choice and voice in their education. We don't want our students to be passive bystanders in their education. We want them to be an active participant in the process. You're going to hear some stories about some of our students who are taking hold of some of the opportunities that they're given at school and really taking the next step and trying to prepare for a career. We have a mantra at school that it's not enough to get to graduation day. If our students aren't prepared to take that next step, there's still more work to do. Those are the kind of stories that you're going to hear. I want to give a very sincere congratulations to the efforts of our teacher in our first year, and they've really surpassed even my wildest dreams about what they could accomplish for our students. And our students are continuing to accelerate and personalize and prepare for a future. I'd like to invite Dr. Mark Osterley to the microphone to talk about how we personalize during the school day.
Thank you. In 18 years, this is the most exciting thing professionally I have ever had an opportunity to be a part of, because it is what's right for kids. As we talk about personalizing a course of study and we talk about personalizing education for students, we follow some of the guiding questions of what if and why not. We've got to break down some of those walls that have kept us from being able to provide opportunities for our students over the years and really allow for that student voice. I want to introduce you to Claire. She's the girl that's in the photograph holding the J.B. Hunt badge. And she is an 8th grader at the School of Innovation. She started with us in August. And she is a future computer systems analyst, IT director. One of her goals was to be able to be involved in that opportunity, and she went out and researched her own internship as a 13-year-old 8th grader to go out and pursue those opportunities. But it's not enough to just have this for her. We want this for all of our students because we believe that every student deserves a rigorous and personalized education based on their needs, just like Claire. It's not enough just to know the standards, but we've got to teach our students how to take those standards and apply those standards through deeper thinking and problem-solving activities. Part of that is developing a program of study for each of our students, working with some really outstanding counselors to really design over that time what is their core, and then as we look at our pathways for students, those explore opportunities. When we look at the idea of mastery learning, it's research-based. Going back to one of our early researches of Benjamin Bloom, one of his pieces that he says is time can no longer be the constant for our students. Students must be able and allowed to advance when mastery is demonstrated. And he believes, and we've seen, that given the right conditions and opportunities, every student can show success and demonstrate mastery if we provide those opportunities for them. How do we do that? We vary the learning rate. We change the learning conditions. We, again, make time the variable, not the boxed constant of 180 days. And we allow for those students to personalize and own that learning. Some of the ways we support mastery learning at the School of Innovation, that idea between blended and online learning. How do we effectively use technology to support the programs that we're doing in our building? How do we look at that dual enrollment coursework so that we can get students accelerated toward that college experience? And our partnerships through NWAC, NTI, and those continue to grow. How do we continue to look at those internships like Claire? I was sharing on the break, I checked email because that's what we do, and there was a message waiting from J.B. Hunt wanting to know how many of our girls were interested in engineering. And they don't have an idea yet, but they just wanted to come and talk about how they can partner to help increase the amount of women in engineering programs that they have. That's the excitement in our community that this has created. The other thing that we like to talk about is our rich advisory program. This is the glue that really holds us together. Every student in our campus is well known by an adult on campus. They create their personalized learning plans. They look at their own academic data. They set those goals. They set those personal goals to where they want to be career-wise. And they work with those advisors. And ultimately, as we pursue the charter application, the opportunity to work with industry mentors to be able to guide them toward that senior capstone project that will allow them to put together basically a senior thesis that will be a summary of all of their learnings and their experiences and present that to our community and their industry partners. As we look at that competency-based system, those multiple pathways to graduation, we know that one size does not fit all. It works for a lot, but it doesn't work for everyone. We want to be an efficient school. We want to be good, responsible stewards of our taxpayer dollars. We want to provide the best opportunities for all of our students. As we take a look, you heard from a couple of our students. There was Trevor and Savannah that were a couple of the students that spoke in the video. And they said school needs to be designed around their needs and their dreams. Students deserve a school that delivers more than a traditional education. They deserve a school experience that prepares them for college and career. We do that through those multiple pathways. An approved application will ensure that all the students in Springdale, and as a dad with students in Springdale, my own kids, will have that opportunity to lead in innovation and achieve at the highest level. Dr. Witonsky.
So you heard from Dr. Rollins and hopefully a theme from us that all means all, which means that we have a duty to access students and to ensure that they have access to learning. And as we've talked with you about Claire and several of our other students, it is about the student needs. It's about making sure that we are meeting them, we are meeting their dreams. It's about varying those learning experiences, just like Dr. Kuhl has taught us with dual language and what that can look like in the classroom. And ultimately, it's about looking at exploring career pathways and making sure that students have access to those. So that is the conclusion of our presentation to kind of give you an overview. And so, Chairperson, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Dr. Witonsky, you have 5 additional minutes.
I will defer that to the panel. We hopefully can answer any questions that you have and hopefully have provided you with enough information to give you a clear overview unless anyone else would like to add anything on the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Witonsky. Dr. Jones would like for you to send that picture of her to the newspaper so they have a new one.
Yes, ma'am. I will do that. It is a beautiful photo.
Cynthia out there.
She's a beautiful lady.
Right there.
Please,
Ms. Howell,
beg you
I've
to
got
stop
your number.
printing that picture.
Isn't it beautiful?
Crazy eyes.
Good. untouched. Our students helped put this together and did the video. And so when they figured out and made the connection that you are who you are and that you are who you are and you were in the building, and it was like, oh, we know her.
All right, panel. Dr. Saunders is eager to start.
I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to just start off with, I'm trying to understand, as I'm looking at this, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm understanding this correctly,
Yes.
the students that would be enrolled 100% online, would they be students of your School of Innovation?
Correct, yes. This application only applies to receiving designation to have an LEA number assigned to School of Innovation and would only apply to those students.
Okay, so there would be students, the online part, the students enrolled full-time online would be students of School of Innovation. There would also be students that would be attending on-site as well, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
as we talk about personalization, one of the things that we have learned through the innovation process is students, we really have to personalize that experience. And I know we've referred to it several times over the last few days, but we have students who do better, and we have certain cultures who are equipped to living life or starting their day at a later time. So it truly is about flexibility. That may be completely online for some students. That might be a blended model, which might be some face-to-face, it might be some online, and in some cases that may be strictly face-to-face. It truly will depend on the individual student.
Okay. Is it okay if I address some of the unresolved? I think we may all have some questions there. Looking at some of the unresolved on the application, I'll just try to go through these, and I'll just read what it says concerning educational need. It remains unclear that students with IEPs will receive the direct instruction from instructors with special education certification.
Absolutely, that's correct. We will follow all the guidelines required by IDEA, and that includes any screenings, any medical, or any guidance that's required.
The schedule of courses offered in that particular section, it referenced the requirement, the federal requirement to have a lottery if oversubscribed. Would you have a lottery?
Our process that we proposed was to have students, because we are free and open, is to do it first come, first serve as students want to attend the school, and then to keep a wait list that's time date stamped from those applications, and then follow that protocol.
Is that allowable? I guess I would defer. I don't know if, since it's federal law, if we would have any.
It's actually just in the federal definition of a charter school. So that'll lottery be there. And then it's in state law for an open enrollment charter school to have the lottery piece. The federal piece is significant if the applicant, the charter, wanted to try to obtain grant money from the feds for a charter school, either through the state or directly when the state does not have an active grant, as we want for this group of charters that you've approved this semester to open next year. There is a process where they can apply directly to the federal government for the charter startup money. However, if they don't meet the federal definition, they would not be eligible for that federal money.
Would it just be for that group of funds, or would it be for all federal funds?
It's just for that group of funds.
Okay.
Dr. Saunders, to clarify, if it is a type of process that's not permissible, our only pushback is not how we do it, it's that it is open and that it's accessible to all students. That is our only concern. So yes, we will comply with whatever those demands could be.
I don't know, I just didn't know, with it being federal law, if we had any ability or flexibility within there. That was what my concern mainly was, but I think you addressed that.
They would not be in violation of any federal law by not having a lottery. They would simply not be eligible for federal charter money.
Thank you.
And let me just interrupt here, as long as Dr. Witonsky is well aware of that, for the record.
Yes, and we're fine to follow whatever the protocol is, as long as the protocol is open and accessible to students. And I can work with Ms. Perry to further define that.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Saunders.
I'll defer to the committee.
Ms. Barnes?
I
Dr. Jones?
I do. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so there were two differing places in the application, and I was especially concerned, from the Credo report. Online totally is a concern because of the lack of evidence to show success. At one point, I saw for the young kids, the K through 12, it said just online learning. At another part, it said blended or digital learning. Is your plan to have both, those that are at home completely online?
Our plan is we'd like to propose to have 3 options.
Okay.
Totally online, the blended model, or face-to-face. And all of the instruction, regardless of the mode of transportation the child chooses or that the parent thinks is best for their child, it would be that they would have interaction with the competencies. So we have Arkansas Learning Standards, and then from those standards, we have developed curriculum to go along with those, who have a sequence and a guide and a process. And then from those, we've taken the big rocks, we've made smaller rocks, and then we've tried to group them together into these different competencies. So that you still have a mentor, you still have an advisor, you still have a 10-year plan, you have specific requirements that are just components and requirements as part of being part of Springdale School District. But it is that you have access to a curriculum with a teacher who can help you to navigate through whatever that looks like for you.
And I understand there will be those at home that are not going to come to school, and you're trying to seek that population. I understand that.
Yes.
What safeguards do you have in place when they start to fail and they're at home?
So we spent 2 years trying to find an appropriate learning management system, an LMS, that would speak to some of the problems that we found. Even with students who are physically attending, trying to make sure we have a connection with parents. Parents work, or they're busy, or whatever that looks like. And so the first go round, we selected an LMS that was not the best for us. It was not a good fit. It wasn't a good fit for our parents. It wasn't a good fit for our kids. And it has to be something that is very transparent and that is very user-friendly, very simple. Not just for the teacher to upload things and to download things, but for parents to do the same and for kids to do the same. And so we have transitioned this year to a new LMS, and it is amazing. It is similar to how you order something from eBay, and you can click to have updates, and it will either bombard you with every step that your package takes along the way. And in this case, the analogy would be to an assignment or to a project. And it also will text you, it will tweet you, it will email you. You can have as much on-demand information as a parent as you want. And so what we found first is parents would sign up, and they clicked all the buttons because they want all of the information, and then they kind of wean themselves off because it's, I don't need to know every time you walk or move through or click through something. But if they want that high level of information, it's there and it's accessible. So we have some parents who still have everything checked, and they want to know every time a child is in an assignment, what is the duration of the time that they're in the assignment, what did they do when they were in the assignment, and if they wanted to watch it, they could go back and look at that. We also have parents who have self-selected to receive less information, so it's customizable. And so how do we keep up with students, and how do we track and ensure that? It is by that personal relationship, because although it is an online virtual component, it still has to be about quality curriculum and instruction. It still has to be about ensuring that they are meeting the standards, and it still has to be about ensuring that they have access to that. And that all goes back to whether you are using this mode of transportation or not. It goes back to relationships. And you can build those virtually, but students have to have the ability to have that relationship and to have that trust. And sometimes with some of our population, that can be really difficult from the onset for whatever reason. And so we are looking for a way to try to bridge that gap so that if the fear factor is us, so take us out of the equation and let us partner you with someone that you are comfortable with, and then help you through that continuum.
Okay. And my concern is as much for the district as, because you don't want to sign all these kids that are at home and then you see a huge failure rate.
Correct.
Because they still have to participate in testing. And so
Absolutely.
having that built-in safety net, when they fall below a certain amount, contact has to be made with them. And I know that can be challenging as well.
It is huge, especially when you are changing your phone number or don't have one, or you don't have an address, or you're living out of a hotel, or whatever the situation is for your family. And so that is the reason we truly fell on hard hard the first year when we realized that of everything that is out there, you can have the best technology and the fastest internet and put all of those things in place that are great practice. But if you don't have that connection and try and have a system to manage that, because it's a lot of information, it's a big volume, it's a big data set, it's tough. It's tough.
I read that your courses were approved by your school board. Did you have a provider for those courses, or did y'all build the content?
We are building our own content. We have courses that we engage, and we've worked with Kathy Swan on through Virtual Arkansas to try to build some additional partnerships. And we have taken the stance. We were fortunate to receive a grant and have invested a ton of money in curriculum and instruction from those grant funds. And what we've done is put everything out on the web. Everything is free. Any school district can access it. You can modify it. You can change it, whatever you want to do to it. And that is the same thing we're doing with the competencies. As we are building and developing them, they're not perfect. You know, they go through a revision cycle. They have to be vetted in a classroom. We've got to get feedback from students to inform what does it need to look like next. You know, we have to get feedback from parents. How did this work at home? We have to make tweaks. So it's this spiral that continues to go. But even if it's not perfect, one of the things that we don't do well is we don't share our own stories with each other very well across the state. So putting it out on the web and saying, like, this isn't perfect, and you might find a misspelled word or whatever it is, but it's yours, and you can do anything you want to with it. So it is a continual process for sure.
Have you gone through the process for NCAA to make sure all of those are approved courses? I'm sure you have.
Yes, and we've also worked with Equip. We worked with LDC and MDC, and there is a rubric that you can submit and vet each of your units of study, and so they go through and they either give you an exemplar rating or a not quite, or hey, you may want to do this, and then you could be exemplar. And those levelized, having a third party review your sometimes what you think is so amazing, when a third party reads it, might not be as amazing. And so we are taking time to go through and vet those with someone else. It doesn't cost anything. It's totally free. And so that was a great resource that we got from the Division of Learning Services that said, hey, you know, if you need this, this is a great resource for you. So we are all about the partnerships, and then how do we do that? And so that doesn't mean that it's perfect yet. It just means that this particular one that's been revised and is at this point has had some type of other eyes on it to tell us if we're heading the right direction or if we're not.
Okay, and my last question. You know how uncomfortable we are with waiving. You know what I'm going to ask about, don't you?
I'm going to ask, yes,
The
ma'am.
embedded courses.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not comfortable with waiving that, because when we do, we waive that for all districts that apply for that. And that means that on any given day, they could say, hey, we're going to teach these 3 math classes in this one class and give credit.
Right.
And while you think, or many may think they won't do that, there's always someone that will.
Yes.
And so there is, and you know this, you know that there is a reason we do that, and it's to protect the student's transcript, and it's to ensure that they'll have an opportunity to take a math every year. And that's just one example. And make sure their course codes are correct. And so would you be willing to pull that?
So let me ask maybe a different question. So in terms of the why do we do it and why do we have it in place and what does the process look like, I feel like I completely understand it. Mm-hmm. My concern is, or one thing that I feel like has been a barrier to our progression, is as we are able to put things that just make good sense together, like Oral Common English 9, for example, and we're going to blend those together. We regulate ourselves so much more strictly than the Department of Ed does. And that's not just Dr. Rollins' expectation, that is our own moral imperative. And so we don't take it lightly what we're asking in terms of course code. I also understand that setting precedents from your point of view as a former panel member is very scary. And so you have to have a huge amount of trust to be able to do that. And I don't mean that I don't think that you guys don't trust us. I totally understand why the process is there. It serves as a consistent barrier to us. We have a great relationship with Mr. Coy. He is always so helpful, and extremely patient, which we certainly appreciate. But we were just hopeful. Like, could this be an option for us to maybe work with Mr. Coy in maybe a different approval process way, that we could show how these integrate and are part of a cluster, a humanities cluster, or something that is richer or bigger. And course code approval, obviously we want our course codes to be correct so that transcripts are recorded correctly. But in terms of the curriculum alignment, sometimes it is not so clear cut. Sometimes it is not so innate. But if students are out and are doing things through these internship experiences, we want to ensure that they are receiving credit and they are really getting the bang for their buck in terms of the time investment. So it was in an effort to say, could we have a conversation? Could it be a possibility? And if it's not, we do understand. But that's where the initial onset of desire came from.
Well, I think there are possibilities without the waiver. We're having lots of conversations with CTE.
Okay.
If you're concerned about being out in the market or
Yes.
in industry and
Yes.
working with embedded
Yes.
credit,
Yes.
we're working on that. And
Okay.
so we would be willing to work with you on
Okay.
that.
Okay,
I'm
that's
not
great.
comfortable waiving that.
I understand.
That
I
whole-
understand. That's fair.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Dr. Gocher?
Yes, Dr. Jones, you reminded me of something that occurred with an applicant yesterday. And
Yes.
Dr. Wojtowski, while I completely trust, to use that word earlier, and recognize that your commitment on a personal level with students, I have to bring up one thing that came up yesterday regarding attendance.
Yes.
In the event that a student becomes inactive on their online learning, and you make these attempts to re-engage them, with the waiver that potentially, could bypass the compulsory attendance law, at what point do you feel that you guys would need to drop a student? I know you're going to hold that student accountable, but at the same time, the department wants to hold districts accountable
For sure.
not to abuse
For
the
sure.
receiving of ADM funds
For
when a
sure.
kid's been inactive for 3
So-
months, for example.
So I'm sure clarification will let us know, but we will need to add that waiver, which isolates that attendance would be the visual issue. If we have a student who is an online student, we don't want to have to meet the requirement of physically seeing them every day, which is how it reads. The request is really in an effort to bypass the physical attendance. Our rigor and expectation of students being able to be engaged, it will be no different for students who are attending in any of the other modes. It will be a requirement, but the physical checkpoint that they have walked through the door, if they are a 100% virtual student, would be extremely difficult for us to meet.
So am I sort of hearing that your practice would be 10 days of inactivity would be a reason to drop a student as you would for a face-to-face student?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And that would just be a trust.
It would be a trust part. The other would be that if we have students who are in unique situations, typically they are accompanied with a 504 or something else that tells us more about their situation that could say, why have you been inactive for 10 days? And so we would also lean on those measures
Sure.
that we use as a good reference point.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Did Ms. Clay have something to add, or was it?
Sorry, clarification.
A couple of things I just want to make sure we're clear on. They have not asked for a waiver of compulsory attendance.
Mandatory piece.
Yes, they asked for a waiver of mandatory attendance for 9th through 12th graders. Also, they have not asked for a waiver of the requirement that if a student's not present for 10 days, that they be dropped from ABSCAN. So they would be required to abide by both of those.
All right, so that's still in place with this current request. Got it. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion,
No,
Dr. Wojtowski.
perfect. We love it.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Yes, just a couple of questions. I think that this was something that Dr. Rollins mentioned in his video. He talked, because we have heard charter applications that talked about personalized learning for students, but I think this was the first time I heard someone say personalization of teaching
Yes.
and learning.
Yes.
And then there was another, something else in there that struck me. You talked about master teachers. So can you talk just a little bit about what is the personalization of teaching, and then how do you plan to develop those master teachers?
So I'm sure you noticed that we asked for some leniency in professional development. That is not in an effort to not provide professional development. I know that you also received a letter that stated some of those things in the letter, and I want to clarify those also if I can with permission. We will obviously offer professional development. our courses and how we interact with our teachers through this innovation process, it has been at some points grueling because you have so many realizations that are happening at once. It's like sitting on the panel. Sometimes it's a fire hose moment where you're trying to get a drink, to quote Dr. Cleveland. You have to have that time, though, to be able to assess what do we need to do differently. And so what we know is teachers need specific professional development, and sometimes it has nothing to do with content. Sometimes it's how do you interact with this and still have a relationship with a student. We want to bring in those industry experts, and to be able to bring them in, they're going to need a different type of professional development. They may have their content down cold and they know it perfect, but they may need some relationship building with how do I deal with a student and what does that look like. And so we have a professional development center in Springdale in our school district to house and to ensure that we have consistent professional development. And so that is not in an effort to walk away from the importance of professional development. If anything, it's to say, let's crack the top of that off, and then how do we do this in a better way to really meet the needs of what does the teacher need? And that goes and ties directly into what your work is with TESS and with Bloomboard. As we are evaluating and as we are in the classroom and as we are seeing these different things, and then conversely with curriculum development, instruction development, as we are looking at how was this implemented and how was this taught in the classroom, it goes back to inform not just our curriculum and our instruction, but it tells us, oh, like we need professional development in this area on this particular piece. And that might not be prescribed by law. It might not be specifically isolated, but it doesn't make it less important. So I don't know if that helps.
No, it does, and I'm glad you mentioned going back, because part of the professional development then, yes, is a natural tie-in with what the educator's professional growth plan says. So I appreciate you bringing that back. And in I lost my question. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
you can do it again.
Let me go ahead and I think Eric's got a question.
sure.
And so,
I wanted to follow up on that professional development, and I can understand in looking at the waivers, I can understand how that would apply in requesting the waiver, and you may need a law book for this question, but on the 617, 704, and 705, however, I'm having a tough time understanding how 617, 709 stands in the way as you described, and so
Wow. Clarifications book is really a delight.
she uses it.
It's like a paper clip. Okay, and you
was
said
look-
617, 709?
Yeah, I was trying to find out what specific parts of that particular law stand in the way of what you just described. I just
Okay,
could not
so
see that.
in this particular one, if you look, it talks about the rotation or the dial that teachers access suicide prevention awareness or whatever it is, right? And so the thought is if we have a Tyson executive is not going to leave their plus $150,000 job to come and teach for us. They might be willing to partner with us on a course or on a class. And so the waiver for professional development and the things that encompass that are, one, to personalize whatever their professional development needs are for them, but also to say some of these may not be pertinent in the particular role that you're serving for us as a contracted employee. And by contracted, that would be a different type of contract.
So that would be for so if I'm understanding, this would be for classroom teachers that you're speaking of, correct?
It could be a classroom teacher, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Pepper?
okay. I think I'm back to where my question was. So you talked about kind of three different ways students will participate in the School of Innovation, either completely online, blended, or all face-to-face.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but you don't yet know what that breakdown is going to look like of your students, correct?
We don't.
Okay.
And when we started a year and a half ago and opened the school, we opened it with we had an open mindset. I don't mean that we were closed-minded, but we did the known things that we know to do. We did a schedule, and we were like, we're the best, all of the things that you're supposed to do in a school. And those quickly unraveled and we had to reassimilate. And so on one hand, I've told you we've done a ton of planning, we've done a ton of research, and we've invested a ton of time and effort into this model. We're building a building. At the same time, you have to be, in this world, you have to have this fixed fluid. So you have to have the opportunities to be there, and you have to be prepared that if you have 600 students, that all 600 might opt to do this, and then how do you staff that? And so that's had implications for Dr. Cleveland in the world of personnel. That's had implications for Mr. Rollins in the world of who do I need to be here and how do I access them. But we have learned not to completely pin ourselves to specifics because we are trying to make it personalized. So it could be all of them, it could be some of them, it may be none of them. We want to say, here are your options, this is what the buffet looks like, these are the competencies you have to meet, these are the Arkansas standards that are absolutely required, and then how would you like to get there?
And that was, I guess, where I mean, this is a wow. You know, I'm just thinking through, and I was thinking through in my mind, yes, you really don't know what this is going to look like, so you're going to have to be positioned to be able to adjust to those students.
Isn't that fun?
It is. I think the only thing that's still in the back of my mind is a little concerning is, and Dr. Jones talked about the completely online, that if there is no face-to-face support, I guess the biggest concern, if you did get the majority of them coming in online, and not only are they just online students, but they're speaking 10 different languages and literally, and then you add the virtual component in, just thinking through what is that going to look like. But I think the other thing that I see is that, and I guess the one thing that really hit me was the talk about creating a school of their dreams. I don't think there's probably a lot of students today that would say school is the school of their dreams. So I think to approve this, we're all going to be taking kind of a big leap of faith, and it's going to, you know, and I think for teachers, that the fact that you are recognizing that there is that need to personalize teaching and support for them is maybe going to be as important, not as important, but it's going to be very important, along with personalization for students. So
it's been one of our biggest takeaways. And not that we didn't know professional development wasn't important, but learning how do we do it in a different way, and then how do we apply it, and then not being so regimented in our routine, because we've all been in education in a traditional brick and mortar experience for so long, that you don't just make so many assumptions. And so having that fixed fluid to know, yes, we're prepared for it, you know, kind of like disaster preparedness. You know, we all know we could have a tornado, but we could not. And then being able to respond to whatever those things are.
Dr. Witonsky, I'd like to take you back to the letter.
Yes.
I always appreciate when the patrons write in, and it's really great feedback. And this person in particular was very articulate in explaining the concerns that they had. So you've laid out 3 pathways, and one of those pathways is really that more traditional, come to school every day on time, and have that qualified teacher, that licensed teacher in a normal class size limit, and that teacher is going to be provided that quality professional development that he or she needs to meet the needs of those kids. So I want to make sure we've addressed every issue that was mentioned.
The only issue that I don't think we've addressed, and that we will have to do this locally, is you can never communicate enough. You can never build enough relationships. I'm sure you saw in the packet we had more than 30 letters of support from local partners, from regional partners, and national partners. You cannot communicate enough. Our goal through this whole process is to try to address all of our students, and we see that our data tells us we are not doing that, and this isn't an effort to meet whatever that need is.
But don't you appreciate those people that will write in and tell you what?
No, it's the only way you know.
It's the best.
It's the only way you know. It's huge.
As opposed to the ones that are just mad and tell everybody else.
And both are good, right? So we have social media, which helps to inform that, which then we know what those knowns are, but then these are also helpful.
Yes, it is very. Talk to me a little bit about the online courses. You said you're creating your own courses. Am I to assume then that Springdale teachers will be facilitating those courses?
In some cases, yes. So we are building courses. We are partners with Virtual Arkansas, and we have looked at a ton of models, and so many that we have seen always have the correct sticker on it and say the right thing, but as you dig down deeper beneath the surface, it doesn't meet what our expectations are in terms of high expectations. And so the reason we've gone the route of trying to build our own is, one, to provide that and spread it out among our state for those who want to access it, because I have an appreciation for understanding the lack of sharedness from a state perspective. The other is that we have the ability to truly change education and what that experience is for kids. And so the online component, we will have teachers who will be under a traditional contract, who will be covered under teacher fair dismissal. We will have teachers who are not. Again, it goes back to that conversation that we had earlier about, we started this process and we were so fixed and we knew exactly what we were going to do and this is going to be so great, and then it was like, it didn't go that way. And so when you have that moment of unravel and you have that moment of kind of rising back from that, it helps you to, those lessons learned had to be learned that way, and the only way you could have learned them is through going through the process. So our job is to now share what those lessons are so that other people who might be considering that won't have to walk that same path. And so that's through finding the right LMS, it's through finding the right curriculum, it's making sure that the standards are embedded, it's all of those things to ultimately provide us on the other end someone who meets the needs not only of our local industry and our national industry, but also meets the needs of being a good citizen. Having those, I believe that Dr. Gocher said earlier, soft skills. It's mama skills. It's things your mama should have taught you. It's how do you engage with somebody and what does that look like? It's that personal relationship, and whether that's virtually or face-to-face, how you interact with people.
Having had the experience of writing lessons and units and then creating online courses, it's certainly a daunting challenge, but some of the best professional development an educator will ever have.
Amen. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Saunders, I see you have a question.
Yes. I want to go back to the letter for just a second, and I want to address something within there. And I think some things really were powerful in the sense that I think there was an idea that was communicated that, the parent sends the child to the school with the expectations of a licensed teacher, of this, of that, of other certain criteria being available for that child. And I do want to ask you, I guess, and clarify that in your setup, in your proposal, any student that would attend this it's purely optional.
Yes, so student attendance is optional. The other is our hiring practice due to charter designation won't change. We have strict standards. We have a really strong protocol. Dr. Cleveland is very proficient in what he does in terms of vetting potential applicants and who could be a potential applicant. And that doesn't matter to us whether they have licensure or they don't have licensure. That won't change. What we have to be able to access is when we have a university professor who has maybe taught math and is an amazing teacher and they've done it for 20 years, it's very hard to have that face-to-face conversation to say, yeah, we would love to partner with you, and yes, you would be great to teach a math course, but you can't. And so we want to be able to remove those barriers in whatever the situation is to be able to access that. That doesn't mean, though, that you get to forego background checks or an interview or go through and be vetted in the process that any other person that would be allowed to have contact with our kids would be. It's not an option. You have to still go through the process because at the end of the day, our resource that we have to protect are our students.
Yes, yeah, and that's I think you're exactly right, and you know, I know that you do a thorough job on getting the best applicants that you can get, and I just want to emphasize it would not be mandated upon any students. In other words, it's not covering an entire grade range district-wide that students are forced, if you would, to participate in this environment. It's a different method, thinking a different way, and students have the option to take advantage of this if they so choose.
And it isn't for every student. You know, it is a very different model. It is a very different approach, but it is our effort to say if we are achieving at this level and we are not yet at 100%, there's still a portion that we're not meeting. So how do we meet their needs, which could have other implications later on. But for right now, from the research we've done and the direction we think we need to go, this is our next step.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Can I follow up? Because I think from your comments, I think that's what is one of the benefits of a district conversion charter in a sense like this where students can choose. So that's part of the conversation with parents, that you are choosing a different environment where the teachers' qualifications and all that will look different. And but just that realization that that's not going to be universally understood.
Yes.
And that, you know, not all, this is not going to be what every student wants. So it's not going to be every student's dream.
That's right.
And
That's exactly right.
so.
Ms. Kaufman, may I?
Yes, Ms. Leewell?
So every student can choose to participate. What if they're interested in your concept, but don't like the idea of not having an unlicensed teacher? Aren't you kind of limiting your student pool that way?
We're limiting our student pool if they don't have access to a licensed teacher. I think our goal is to ensure that students have access to excellence, regardless of how that person achieved those skills or that content knowledge, whatever method they went about. We don't want to limit students' ability to that access. And so having the option for students to, if they want a traditional face-to-face, everyone has been through the traditional teaching education coursework. We have schools that offer that. This would be a school that offered that and then some.
Okay. I'm also considering like the legislative intent, which is to create new professional opportunities for teachers. With your, I mean, it's a pretty broad waiver for me. Non-licensed teachers in core and non-core content areas. How is that supporting the legislative intent?
So I think the legislative intent was to establish some type of process or procedure for people to be vetted before they reach or have access to children. And so how we would do that to keep that legislative intent is to ensure that we apply the same hiring practices to this population as we would with any other population. If a potential employee is going to have contact with a student, we take that very seriously. And not only from the stance of academically, but in terms of what is their interaction like, how do they interact with students, and making sure that we have appropriate hiring practices in place to be able to ensure that that is not a problem for us.
And I mean, I understand that the safety of our students is paramount. I understand that, but I also think about going through a process to become licensed. It's not easy. And I worry about limiting job opportunities for people that have gone through that process. And that's why I brought up that specific portion of the legislative intent. I'm a little uncomfortable. This is just a little too broad for me.
And in terms of how do we harness and how do we ensure that teachers are still there, we have 29 schools who are still in practice, that are still moving forward, that are still happening. This is a slight alternate to say, if you are a university professor and have some experience, if you work at Tyson and you are an executive, if you work at J.B. Hunt and you are an executive, and you can't afford to walk away from your job, but you have the expertise, you have the knowledge, you have the social skills, you have appropriate interactions with students, and you've gone through the application process to become part of our team, if you're going to be part of Springdale School District, we take it very seriously. We have a ton of applicants that come in, and it is a very rigorous process to be encompassed into that world. And so hopefully to assure your fears are two things. One is not to walk away from the process of teacher licensure or how to become a teacher. What we hope could be the happening, that could be the fallout from that, is we initially bring you in, and initially you're interested in just teaching a course, but over time you feel and determine that this might be a passion for you, and that might encourage you to go back and seek additional licensure. We want people that want to be part of the fabric of the school and of this effort. And so how we hire and who we hire would be treated whether the person has Arkansas teacher licensure or does not have Arkansas teacher licensure.
I guess, how often, the case scenario that you brought up with this university professor, how often do you envision a scenario like that playing out?
I'll give you one example. We are working with the engineering department at the University of Arkansas, and one of the professors who is involved with that particular department asked if he could come and work with students and kind of establish this robotics program for our students to be able to have an interaction with. And that's kind of grown and done some other components. His interaction is great with kids. His content knowledge is amazing. And so he has certification for ADHE. He does not have the required components and pieces of paper in place for ADE. He also is not eligible to have that unless he opted to go back to school to receive additional coursework. And so he has a PhD in engineering. It would be great to access his skills and to do that on a daily basis, but we can't. And so allowing that waiver to come forward allows us to then go through the process to see, would he be interested in a bigger partnership beyond what we have in place right now, which is a club that happens after school or before school. How do we bring that in? If we have kids who are interested in that, would he be willing to do an hour 5 days a week? Would he be willing, I'm not sure what that looks like, but it's building those partnerships with these local experts that we have in our backyard that have quality content and quality capability. They just don't have that additional coursework. So it's not that they're not educated, it's not that they don't have an advanced degree, it's not that they don't have content knowledge, and it's not that they're not great with kids. They have all the things that you would desire in an applicant, but if they don't have that piece of paper, then that's where the difficulty comes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
think for point of clarification, you're saying you're not displacing teachers, you're trying to enhance your teaching pool.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, we're trying to build it. We're trying to build our capacity and also build, because of what Ms. Pfeffer asked about how many kids do you think that would want to access this or that. Because we know and have lived, you don't know. It might be that they are all interested in this, and you've got to build that out to be able to harness that number, or there may be one that's interested in this. But if one is interested, and if we could build a course to be able to access that one child and meet that one child's interest, and do that in a different way, and harness some of that expertise, that's what we feel like we have a duty to do.
Any other questions?
Everyone's done. I would like to go through each waiver just for my clarification and where we're at on that. And I think there's some we haven't hit on that we may have some
You're between us
questions.
and lunch, Dr. Saunders.
Groceries.
Been told that a lot. All right. Waiver number 1 for the embedding of oral communications, and you were asking to waive that, or pull that off, correct?
We are asking for a different partnership with Mr. Coy and the Course Code Department. Yes.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're withdrawing it?
We are withdrawing it
Okay.
with the opportunity to work in a different way.
And the planned instructional day requirements, trying to waiver from the planned instructional day to 360 minutes?
Mhm.
Because on the virtual in particular, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Class size and teaching load,
Yes, sir.
can you talk just a minute about that, please?
So again, back to taking off limitations. We all understand that the smaller the class size, the better. In some cases, it might be maybe through internships, it might be apprenticeships, it might be that we have a particular interest in this one particular area. It depends on what students self-select in that learning continuum. So we want to be able to have the ability or the flexibility as kids self-select into whatever that next course is or whatever that looks like, and they've outlined their 10-year learning plan, and we are following them through and then following them on beyond high school, that we have the capability to be flexible in our scheduling and in the numbers. We also, again, understand that low numbers are always preferred, and that would be our first effort. But we also don't want to limit students to be able to access courses. So
Okay.
we would definitely have a balance.
So with the new law that allows for this, you're asking for a waiver on the new law, the requirements to fund the teachers beyond the 150?
Yes.
And so face-to-face, looking at a cap of 180, and for blended and online learning, a cap of 350?
Yes.
And the clock hours for credit, the Carnegie unit, would that be for blended, or would that be for 100% online? Which environment would that be for?
All three, and that is something we participate in currently as a School of Innovation. So that is something we would want to sustain. Our model is built upon that flexibility.
Core and non-core classes?
Correct.
Okay. And the waiver from principal licensure?
Yes.
Why would that be needed?
It isn't needed now. Unlike Dr. Hernandez, I do like Mr. Rollins. But the flexibility in the future, I don't know what this model is going to look like in the next 5 years in terms of transition. I also don't know that at some point we would not need assistance virtually garnering students, and I don't want that to be a blockade for us later down the road.
Do you think if you needed that waiver in the future, you could come back and ask for that as an amendment?
I could. Mm-hmm.
So would you be willing to withdraw that at this time?
I would. Mr. Rollins said thank you.
The career and technical education,
Yes.
can you describe that just a little bit?
For career and technical education, we understand that it's a separate division, and we will have to work with them. It's also just an awareness that we want you to know as the department that we are working with their department to try to find the best options for what that could look like, and don't want to do that without one side knowing what the other side is doing, trying to keep us all on the same page.
So you're asking to withdraw that waiver, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Library media specialist,
Yes.
can you just hit on that for a second?
Yes, we want to transition that classic role into something else. This building doesn't have a physical library, and we have instructional assistants and we have instructional facilitators. We need a library everywhere kids are, not in a sustained location.
And gifted and talented waivers?
Yes, that's concerning the enrichment access for all students, and we want to provide that for every child, not just a subpopulation.
Just those that are identified as GT?
Correct.
Okay. Basic language of instruction?
Yes, that combines with our dual language and our desire to move to providing our region with bilingual students.
Okay, beginning and end of school year?
Yes, so that constant time is not our constant. It's fluid, and so in some cases students may need longer than is required. In some cases students may need shorter than is required, and we don't want the beginning and ending of the school year to be the stopgap for them.
Okay. Professional development that we've discussed already.
Yes.
However, I would just still like some clarification on the question earlier. I'm not clear, I guess, when I'm looking at 617, 709 that we discussed earlier,
Yes.
looking at the categories, as I understood you to say that if I look at 4 main categories, mandated reporter, parent involvement, teen suicide awareness, and Arkansas history, I guess I have a tough time with saying that anyone serving as a classroom teacher does not at one point need those trainings.
And
So can you help me with that?
Yes, I can help you. So the thought behind it is we want to personalize what that teacher needs. And so obviously if it has something to do with safety or it's something that is a known quantity that is absolutely necessary for the role that they're fulfilling, we want to do that. On the other hand, it might not be as pertinent for the particular content area that they are helping us with, whether that's online or whether that's face-to-face.
Can you give me a specific example? Let me just put one out here. Where would it not apply for a classroom teacher to have teen suicide awareness training?
Okay, let's talk about Arkansas history.
Okay.
So is it pertinent for you to have the hours in Arkansas history for you to be able to work with students in engineering or in a skilled trade or to go through an internship?
They're not required to have it currently, I don't believe.
So my question is, you're concerned about the safety part.
Yes, but I'm basically concerned about the first 3 in particular, the mandated reporter, parent involvement, and teen suicide awareness.
Okay, so, Ms. Clay, are there any other components to that? Can I ask Ms. Clay a question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's up to her.
Yeah, I know, you have 2. So are there any other components besides those? I think it's also the online component.
There's not.
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Those are the
And
only
I
required
understand-
BDs.
Right, I understand, but I don't follow your question.
I'm asking, is there anything else beyond those 3?
That are required
Mm-hmm.
in this particular law, no.
Okay. We can withdraw that, Dr. Saunders.
Okay.
The additional requirement in the professional development is that there is professional development aligned with their professional growth plan. And that would, I would assume, be adjusted to whatever they're teaching, whatever they're working on, and if they're a full-time licensed employee.
Right.
Would it not? Ms.
That's
Pfeffer, would
what I
that?
understood.
The professional development requirements are for licensed personnel, correct? Right. Now, the professional growth plan with tests is not tied to tests. The evaluation system is also for non-licensed employees. The teacher excellence support system is also for non-licensed employees, but the requirement for professional development would be for license, so there would be some variation there. But I think for that part of the statute, that was dealing with licensed employees, and the scenario you were concerned about, I think, would be a
Yes.
non-licensed person.
Yes.
It's hard to untangle some of these things.
I know, isn't it fun?
That's why there's a team.
That's right.
Moving on to the next one, non-instructional duties.
Yes.
Just hit on that for a second. Is that dealing specifically with the online?
It could be online. It could be that we have, again, an industry expert or a local expert coming in to work with us in a different way, and we need the flexibility to be able to bring them in.
Okay, and teacher contracts?
Yes. So contracts would look different if you're not a licensed person. You would not be covered by some of the components that are included in a licensed contract.
Okay, and I may need Dr. Cleveland and Ms. Clay on this, but I want to combine the teacher contracts with, I know later on you get down into, let me skip down just a second here. You get into the waiver from Teacher Fair Dismissal and Public School Employee Fair Hearing Act. So would it be required then for those employees to essentially have like a separate policy book that would apply to them? I'm trying to understand logistically.
I'd like to speak to that. Thanks for bringing that up. We had a long conversation with the employees at the School of Innovation even last week about the voice that they'll have since they're there. They were hired as a teacher at Springdale under Teacher Fair Dismissal, the whole bit. They come to school, they're physically there, they'll have a contract just like every other Springdale employee. Assuming they go through the following process and tests and are recommended for renewal, they'll have Teacher Fair Dismissal. As far as policy development goes, we have to have that. If this is accepted today, the work just begins, Dr. Saunders, for me, okay, in regard to working with PPC and those teachers at the School of Innovation to make sure that processes are in place for them to have some protection. We don't want to lose that. Now, where I see the world, if we have a teacher in China teaching Chinese to our teachers, it's more like a purchase service, much like Scott said outside. So Teacher Fair Dismissal wouldn't apply in that area to me. That's my interpretation. Okay.
Dr. Cleveland, would you give your full name and title for
I'm
our
sorry. I'm Jared
reporter?
Cleveland. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Springdale Schools. I apologize.
Thanks.
I should have known that after being behind this podium.
And I think that occurs many times on online courses when the teacher record may not be an employee of the individual district. Okay. Mandatory attendance, and I think we've already discussed that one. And along with the attendance records and reports, as Dr. Gocher pointed out earlier. And the immunization requirements would only apply to those students that are online full-time, I assume?
100%, yes, because if they are blended or they are going to interact with other students, then they would then be required.
And on the eye and vision screening, the question I had, that one of, is it possible for you to have some way for those students that are online only to make sure they are notified that eye and vision screening is occurring, where if they wanted to attend one of those, they could?
Yes,
be
our
properly
LMS
screened?
would do that.
And physical education,
Yes.
can you talk about that one just for a moment, please?
We are wanting to transition what physical education looks like. It's not that we don't think that health and wellness is important, but we need to do it in a different way, particularly if a student is a virtual student. We have an online health course that we did through Act 1280, and it has physical and moving components. However, the student does it and can do it in their home, or they can do it at school. So it will look very different.
And fine arts?
Yes.
Can you just talk about that waiver?
So we will have, our plan is to offer fine arts for students. However, if they are not physically able to come to school, if they are a virtual student, we are seeking a waiver from that.
Would there not be a fine? I guess I'm not understanding why it would not be possible to provide a fine arts course for those online students.
They might have interaction with fine arts through an online component, but they might do, obviously they would do it in a different way versus the face-to-face instruction.
Okay, but they would be completing a fine arts course online?
They still have to complete the courses that are required for graduation. We require 24 units for students to graduate, which is above the state standard. If we have students who are in the lower grades, though, they may not have access to some of those courses. So that's why it would be particularly important for us to have it. And again, in the online setting, that could definitely be the case. However, none of what we've discussed or waivers changes the school board requirement of the 24 units to graduate.
Okay. I think just going through all those, I just want to come back to one that I just have some concern about, and it's concerning the teaching load.
Yes.
350 students per teacher for the online learning. And in trying to go with a personalized approach, I find it
Counterintuitive.
yeah.
So here is the thought behind it. We obviously are going to use our best judgment. We hire quality people, certified administrators, people who are keeping a constant eye on that. However, if there is an opportunity that we would be able to, our students wanted to access a particular course, we are looking for that flexibility. Again, going back to class load and teaching and methods and all of those things, we will use the same level of requirements that we would for any other school in terms of being sure that we are being good stewards for students, being sure that we're being good stewards for parents, and then being sure that we're good stewards for teachers, ensuring that we are approaching that in the right way.
How'd you get to the number 350?
Through discussion. Yeah. We felt like we needed to isolate a number, and we felt like that we needed some type of threshold. And through our digital experiences, we think that that number is higher. Through the face-to-face experience, obviously the number is going to be lower.
That's all I had.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Clay, do you have any remaining issues?
A couple of things with the waivers. Dr. Saunders almost hit them all, and I think we can do this by, I'll go over it if they just want to confirm what I recommend. On the class size and teaching load, I believe that they only need a waiver of 10.02.5 of the standards for accreditation. The entire 10.02 section deals with all grade levels, and that's not what it sounds like they're looking for. So if they would confirm that. Also, I believe they need to add a waiver of 617.812. That has to do with teaching over the required teaching load that came about as a result of Act 993. They have a lot of pages in their waiver sheet. On attendance records and reports, we've discussed that, but the way it was written in their application, it was written as 618.213.2. It should actually be 618.213.A2, so if they'll just confirm that. And on the fine arts and the standards for accreditation, the standard that they asked for a waiver of was section 9.03.3.6. That deals with grades 5-8. If they intend on that waiver spanning grades K-12, then they also need a waiver of 9.03.2.6 for K-4 and 9.03.4.6 for 9-12. So if they will just confirm those, or if they have any additional discussion to add.
Barnes?
No, yeah, that was one of the questions I had. And, you know, I heard Dr. Watansky state that they are in conversation, they would be working in conversation, they just wanted everybody on the same page. So I was under the impression that you were pulling that piece so that you could do that. But if you're not, you would need it. I didn't know that we could waive career and technical. That was my issue.
For career and tech, we're working with career and tech. Our effort was just from experience. I understand that we have two different things happening. It was just in an effort to say we know that we need the partnership and we've got to work through what that looks like.
Dr. Watansky, are you agreeing
Yes,
to?
I agree to add and delete the things that Ms. Clay has referenced.
Does that answer all your questions? Everyone?
So I'm assuming that means you're going to add the K-4
Yes,
concept
ma'am.
and the 912.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Clay, we have the authority to address career and technical.
Well, you're not waiving career and technical.
Okay, that was we're waiving the requirement under the standards for accreditation.
For fine arts.
Okay. I was discussing career and technical, the 7-8 piece and all of that. I thought they had pulled that, and that's what I thought we said. I thought we were talking about career tech.
Okay, we're not talking about the same thing. Let's make sure we're all on the same page.
That just means that I am hungry now.
I know, me too. Too bad.
And since we're not talking about career and technical, then I don't have a concern about the K-4 and 912 fine arts.
Okay, we're on the same page. The career and tech waiver was withdrawn, and I was just suggesting adding the fine arts portion for those other grade levels. Okay.
Can I ask a question? On the 912 fine arts, it's still a required graduation credit?
Yes.
So what are we waiving? Are we waiving it to be taught, but still requiring it for graduation? Or am I misunderstanding?
Ms. Clay?
Okay, on the 9 through 12, okay, the 9.03.4.6 is the part of the 38 units for required to offer. You can waive the 38 units. You cannot waive graduation requirements. So how that would play out, if it's still a part of the graduation requirement, I don't know. But technically, you could waive a requirement of the 38 being offered, but they would still have to meet the graduation requirements.
And the way I saw that, if I might add, I saw that as the district is required to teach the 38 grades 9 through 12. The district continues to teach the required 38. The students are required to have a minimum of 22 fine arts. Half unit of fine arts is a part of that. So the opportunity then would have to be present for students to meet the minimum graduation requirements. But I saw it as this school would not be required to teach it. That's what I was understanding that you were asking for. The district is still going to be teaching it.
So when are we out on that one?
I'm okay.
That scenario would work, yes, as Ms.
I'm
Barnes
okay
said.
with what I was just describing.
I want to be sure I'm clear. Is the waiver being requested or withdrawn for 912?
We'd like to leave the waiver in as required with the understanding that policy, local school board policy is what would drive that decision in terms of how many they would be required to receive. And that was the difference I was talking about between the 22 and the 24. They would still be required to be a Springdale graduate. They would still be required to have the 24.
And to be an Arkansas graduate, they would still be required to have the half unit of fine arts. It just would not be required to be taught at this school.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm with you now.
Can I get back to that? So if we're requiring it for graduation, don't we have to teach it?
You do have to teach it.
In other words, how would those kids attending this school get that graduation credit?
So we will have for traditional students who are face-to-face, we will offer opportunities for them to be able to have that credit. If they're an online student, they might access it in a different way, or they might have a capstone project or be able to show competency-based proficiency or mastery of that particular content.
So it's more for the blended or online? Okay. Not the traditional?
Correct.
Are we okay, Dr. Saunders?
I'm okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Springdale School of Innovation Conversion Public Charter School.
Second.
Dr. Jones has made a motion, seconded by Ms. Barnes, to approve the Springdale School of Innovation. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Your motion has passed.
Thank you.
If you'll wait just a moment, Dr. Wojtonski, for our detailed responses. I'll take the liberty of giving you mine. Yesterday, I think I used the word game changer for a local, for one of your neighboring school districts. I think this is also another game changer that's similar but different. One of some of the words that came to my mind today is, this is what real school improvement looks like.
Yes.
When you are already really good, but you know you're not 100%. And even when you're 100%, you're always working to continue to meet the needs of kids. And I just really applaud you for continuing to strive to meet the needs of all kids. All really does mean all. And your willingness to share with the state. That just when one lifts up, you're lifting the others up when you share. And so we all appreciate that.
Absolutely.
All means all over here, too.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lester?
I voted for. The applicant has designed a high-level, flexible plan to offer alternative options through digital or blended learning opportunities.
Ms. Barnes?
I voted in favor of the motion because I believe that this concept embodies an innovation in motion. It's responsive, exciting, and it feels like this is a glimpse of education meeting the needs of today's students.
Dr. Jones?
Springdale has proposed a strong charter program that takes into consideration the needs of that community. It truly offers options for students to be successful.
Ms. Lewa?
I saw a lot of good with this application, and in general, I was fine with it by the way I voted for. Sorry. I am, as you know, a little uncomfortable with the teacher licensure waiver, but what convinced me here is just that the students have the choice. There is the possibility that we may attract exceptional talent to the profession as licensed individuals. And there was one more thing. You did say that you would not be displacing our licensed teachers, so for those reasons, I voted for.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for because the Springdale School of Innovation will enable students to have a personalized education experience, allowing those students to focus on college or career at their own pace.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I voted for this. I thought it was a well-thought-out plan designed to meet the needs of the diverse community and optional pathways provided to meet the students' unique needs.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I think that this is an opportunity for the Springdale School District to work with the students, parents, teachers, and citizens of Springdale to, and I'm quoting, I think, one of the students that said, create a school of their dreams.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion to approve. The applicant has demonstrated a quality idea concept for students. We expect you to maintain this high-quality education for these kids and encourage you to maintain the relationships with your community partners, as I know you will.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Wojtonski.
Thank you.
I would ask that you remember that we love videos.
Yes.
We love to share the good news.
Yes, we have a YouTube channel.
But yes, we appreciate letting us know when a new one goes up. We also, in addition to how you're educating the kids, we're very interested in how we're communicating to parents and to the general public. So we would appreciate any ideas, anything you learn along the way, and we certainly recognize this parent who took the time to write in and how much we appreciate that kind of feedback. It's really helpful in making decisions. And so I know other school districts are always challenged with how to keep that communication going because you're busy educating kids all day. So how do we do both of those roles at the same time?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd, you're recognized for action item 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item 4, request to postpone open enrollment priority school hearings. At its October 15, 2015 meeting, the Charter Authorizing Panel directed staff to arrange hearings in front of the panel on December 17 through 18, 2015 for charters that received the classification of priority in September 2015. On October 16, 2015, I notified charters of hearing dates. Materials requested by the panel and authorize our actions allowed pursuant to Arkansas Code annotated 6-23-105. On November 6, 2015, I received a letter from the Executive Director Scott Smith of the Arkansas Public School Resource Center on behalf of the 4 open enrollment charters with scheduled hearings, asking that the panel postpone the December hearings until February 2006. This item provides the opportunity for the panel to consider this request. Also, I'd like to remind you that we recently discussed calling Quest Pine Bluff before us, and I think it would be appropriate for us to discuss when you would like to see them as well.
Panel?
I can speak to this. If you recall, and I think it was last year, our board members mentioned, I don't know if it was, I think it was in a meeting, that they wished we would move the process up so that where there were concerns and should a charter need to be closed, they wanted to give parents the time to seek options, which was the purpose in calling some of those focus and priority, in addition to Quest Pine Bluff, back to the table in order to evaluate that and not wait until possibly their charter comes up for renewal. So it was a time factor with a very specific purpose.
And I think the idea of having it sooner is a good idea, where if there are interventions that need to be done and resources, we need to address those early so we can make any kind of adjustments that need to be made.
Ms. Barnes?
Okay, I understand and agree with what both of my coworkers have stated. However, I also am looking at some of the other parts with respect to us being in the process of looking at data, and that data also determining various state classifications. So I'm kind of in agreement that we may be possibly looking at it in a timely manner, but without all of the pieces, if you will. So I don't know. I mean, I agree and understand that we do need to address intensive issues in time to prepare students and parents and schools, should there be a reason to end a charter. But at the same time, I'm also wondering if February is not also in time to do that. I do know that that's possibly around the time that we're going to be looking at any kind of public information regarding accountability. That's just one of my concerns.
Mr. Smith? You have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the panel, thank you for your indulgence of this request. As referenced, we made this request in response to the panel's action. I apologize for not being here that day. I don't think this matter was on the agenda and was picked up at the end of the meeting that day. There are some pieces of information that I think the panel should take into consideration, some of which have already been relayed to you with regards to the logistics and timing issues, the pointing out of that 2 of the charters have already been before the authorizer and the panel, the state board requesting that 1 of the charters not be brought back until renewal time so that they could focus on education. Also, I think it's very relevant that this panel consider Act 1272. The state board specifically deferred taking action on ALE programs and SIE Tech in February of 2015 until further action was taken on 1272. As you know, that is the differentiated accountability law that was passed. And we do not know how many of these charters would be applicable with regards to what comes out of that law, if any. We certainly think SIA Tech and some of the others meet the qualifications that were announced. I know that because I helped Jeremy Laster draft that act and put it in place during the legislative session. So we certainly think this hearing in December may be premature on that point. Also, with regards to some of the information that the schools have been asked to address, one point was they've been asked to give an analysis of the park scores. As I understand it, they will, and we didn't have the park scores when we submitted the request for deferral. That is out there now, or at least I wasn't aware of it. But as I understand it, the schools have until November 30th to submit an appeal with regards to that information, and then the state will have to react to that. I don't think that will be through that process if there is an appeal or a challenge on any of those issues by the December 17th hearing dates. So I'm not even sure from a due process perspective that they could address some of the issues that they've been asked to address. Also, I would point out that it is somewhat unusual to have back-to-back accountability hearings of the same type set. These hearings are set pursuant to 623-105. The state, historically and by way of the rules, has the obligation of going first and presenting their case as to what they want to do with a proposed charter. It could be construed that this is an attempt to reverse that order and have the schools come in and have to answer a bunch of questions and then the state respond to that. I don't think that's the intent at all. I think the intent is to be helpful here, but it was teed up, if you will, as a legal action, not a review. And the question was specifically asked of staff of this panel, did they want a review hearing or did they want an action hearing? And the answer was an action hearing. So we just think that for those reasons that due process and logistical issues, that it makes sense that this matter be dealt with at the same time the other accountability matter is being heard. And hopefully there will be action on Act 1272 by then as to its applicability. And certainly if there are going to be any teasing out of the park issues or park data, that should be complete hopefully by the February meeting as well. I will just report, historically, institutionally, the state does try to take a somewhat systemic approach to these accountability hearings because they are a major issue. These schools not only have the lives of children and parents, as you know, as educators certainly, but also they have a property interest and a contract right with the state, and so due process considerations from their perspective and a fiduciary obligation on their part to make sure that when these get teed up as a legal hearing that they've addressed those issues as best they can for their boards and their members out there. So these are all considerations on why we think it would be appropriate. And really, quite honestly, February, given the holiday schedule that we're in, is not that far, and it's certainly a burden to try and get all this done during the Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks that are coming around the corner, as well as have school during this same time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Lanisha Broadway, do you have something to add to that? If you'll keep your comments in addition to what Mr. Smith said. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, you all, for hearing us today and even taking this into consideration. As Mr. Smith stated, and just on top of that, we just received our priority status recently, so we're in the process of doing many turnaround items right now, as well as being a charter, not having the manpower, and we have to pull the leaders from the school in order to compile all this information. We really would appreciate more time to compile this information to make sure that we have a strong presentation to present to the Charter Authorizing Panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broadway. Brent Mitchell. Valerie Tatum.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you?
Hungry.
I know, I agree. I certainly agree with Scott Smith on delaying the meeting. We were one of the ones that, when we were at State Board hearing in June, they specifically asked that we are the ones that's left alone to really go back and do what we have to do before coming here for renewal. So we would appreciate if you just take that into consideration. Thank you. Happy lunch.
Panel? what's your will?
Can I ask Alexandra to tell us the timelines again, if it were moved to February? Or Mary, either one.
Mary Perry, Coordinator of the Division of Learning Services. If the timeline was moved to February and you took any action on the charter, significant action, then it would go to the state board in March as an item where they would again determine whether or not they wanted to review your decision. And should they decide to review your decision, then another full hearing would occur at the April meeting of the State Board of Education. So should you determine that action were to be taken, it could actually not be officially done until April. That was the question, was it not?
That was exactly the question. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just to be clear, maybe Mr. Smith, you could explain it. I understood December to be only a review. I don't, maybe help me understand what you meant by review and action.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate that, and the panel may wish to go back and clarify that point, but the legal notice that was sent out was for legal action, possible legal action on the charter. Yeah. And the question was specifically presented to the panel whether they wanted a review hearing or legal action notice, and as I understand it, staff was informed of legal action notice. With regards to the question about timing, certainly timing is always a consideration. I would just offer this. The state has been somewhat through the history of closing a charter school during the school year. I would expect that hopefully, if we get to that point of action, and hopefully we certainly wouldn't, that there's nothing egregious, so egregious that we would have to take action by April. In other words, that we would be able to finish out the school year so as not to disrupt the lives of the children or anything of that nature. So I don't know that timing is that big of an issue from that perspective. I would also offer, to the extent that it's necessary, maybe it's not always an issue of closing the school. There may be other charter schools that could work with that school or something. So I think my point is I don't know that timing is crucial at this point in stage.
And if moving to February gives time for a district to receive technical assistance and preparing, I personally don't have an issue with December or February being, so I guess I'm not clear on, would it be advantageous to wait to February from your folks' perspective?
Certainly, that's what they're requesting.
That's where I was headed. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Barnes, do you have a question? Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I did. I just want to clarify. So basically, any final action pending state board could not occur before April. Is that correct?
If you meet in February, yes. If December, then the timeline would be quicker. It would be the state board would vote whether to review in January, and then a potential second hearing would happen in February.
What's the will of the group?
Ladies first.
I would like to make a motion to approve the request to move this review to February.
Second.
Any discussion? A motion has been made by Ms. Barnes and seconded by Dr. Gocher. Oh,
Can I ask for a point of clarification? So we're using the term review. The term review and the term for potential action we need to be clear on. Do you want them in for potential action, or do you want them in for a review report that would not lead to action?
Okay. I would like to delay the current request that we had for the board, for the charters to come before this panel for review and possible action to February.
Second.
does that include the district conversion as well?
That's all charters that, everyone that we were going.
The request was only for the 4 open enrollment charter.
I think we need to make that for all charters that were coming for review. Because of the timeline, because of accountability that I was referring to earlier, because even at that, once we would make any criteria notifications, they still would have 30 more days, so.
Does that include Quest Pine Bluff?
You said all.
Yeah, I'm saying for everyone that we were going to be looking at. I'm saying for all. I don't know, for me, I don't know that I would be able to give it a full and a diligent look without all of my information.
Ms. Clay?
Okay. I think that y'all probably understand this, but just to clarify, 3 of those that would have been coming in December will already be coming in February for renewals. So is it okay to group those? We don't need 2 separate hearings for those.
No, I do not want 2 separate hearings. I simply want us to follow up on, all right, let me see. Okay, so I'm asking to approve the request that was brought before us today, first of all. And with that, I'm not asking to switch any other hearings that were already outlined in February. I just want us to move what we would have been reviewing in December or possibly acting on in December to February. I wanted to delay it.
And to add Quest of Pine Bluff
And
for
to
possible
add,
action.
yes,
Okay.
because we are moving them from December to February, correct?
You're seconding that, Dr. Gocher?
I think so.
Yes, I'm still hungry.
Just to clarify, there were 2 parts to the request. One was the deferral, and the second part was just the technical assistance. But we want to make sure that we're being diligent during this time period and we're not being lax. So we will continue that request from staff to assist on these questions and things that you want addressed.
Thank you. All those in favor of Ms. Barnes' motion and Dr. Goch's second?
Aye.
Any opposed? Are there any items left before this panel today? Speak now.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.
Pass this to Greg. Thank you.